edition. We are live at Central Bank Center in Lexington, Kentucky, where we are getting ready for two exciting roller derby matchups. Our hosts, Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, have invited Philly Roller Derby out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to join us today. I believe, Vanity, that this is the first time these two teams have met each other. First up is ROCK's A-Team, the ROCKstars, versus the Philly A-Team. In our second game tonight, we will be watching the IndieROCKers and the Philly B-Team battle for a win of their own. You are watching Derby Date Night, where we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer with all the action and, of course, some corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date and the real brains behind this operation. Pretty much, he is doing all the important stuff while also trying to keep me in line. It's a hard job, but somebody has to do it. I'm going to interrupt my announcements to let you know that they are currently doing a demonstration jam of roller derby. So I am not talking over the game. Last time I was here at Rock, I started announcing this demo game, and I was like, wait a second, this is a demonstration jam. Why are they going so slow? So as you're watching this, just so you know, the game has not yet started. They are doing a demo jam. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you both good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream, we have a theme for our jokes, and today is no different. Our kids, OMG and LOL, just started their sophomore and junior years in high school. I know, I feel old. So, with the new year starting, we figured it was time for a back-to-school edition of Derby Date Night. While it's been many years since Sirius and I have gone to school, back-to-school season still brings back memories of getting new clothes, weather starting to get colder. Hello, Midwest, we're waiting for you to catch on to that part. School buses, football games, and tailgates. What's your favorite thing about back-to-school season? Let us know in the chat. So to honor school days gone by, we are going to make y'all laugh so hard you need a shoulder to crayon. If you are just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with our community, affectionately known as our third wheels, and would love to have you along for the ride. We encourage you to chat with each other, send super chats to shout out skaters, and participate in our polls. If you want to help take us to the next level, there are so many easy and free ways you can support us. Please like and subscribe as it helps us grow our channel. You can also find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. If you want to be an even bigger part of Derby Date Night, you can join our YouTube membership program. Becoming a member not only helps create even more awesome content, it also unlocks exclusive perks just for you. As a member, you get access to things like bonus content, shout-outs in our videos, members-only badges, and even sneak peeks at our upcoming schedule. Sirius and I love our Derby dates, and we want to keep bringing you all the best Derby action. So hit that join button and check out all the awesome perks waiting for you. Every membership makes a huge difference to us, and we appreciate all of you so much. Let's grow this derby-loving community together. And with that, we are going to finish off announcing all of our members and then get into the action of this first jam of Philly versus Rock. Our first lead jam goes to Antidote from Philly. Newcomb was out to an early lead there, but Antidote is the one who got out first and became lead jammer. Antidote is coming around on a first scoring pass. Ursa Mamer has taken the star for Rock and is now the jammer for Rock. Antidote has gotten stuck in the pack on that first scoring pass and does decide to call the jam after scoring 1 point, putting Philly on the board after that first jam. All right, I'm looking at your comments. Vanity looks like you're rooting for Rock. Michael says from 94 to 2003, I went to the same school that Ray Charles attended. I'm guessing not at the same time. I mean, maybe, you never know. We do love back to school season. Fall is definitely my favorite season, and I just really enjoy everything about fall. But the weather has not cooled down yet, and I'm really hoping it does. We have got Steph Leppard on the line for Philly and Battlescar for Rock. Let's see how this one shakes out. We have got Steph Leppard stuck in a pack at the front of the pack while Battlescar is trying to push that pack forward, just using sheer force, trying to get through Philly on the inside line. Gets pushed to the inside by Fury and is continuing to try and get up on those toe stops to get out the inside line. Meanwhile, Steph Leppard up on those toe stops on the outside line is out and will be your lead jammer for Philly Roller Derby. The star has been passed to T-Roll, who is now the jammer for Rock. Leppard has hit the pack on a first scoring pass. Jukes to the inside with a little mini apex jump to grab all 4 points as T-Roll hits the pack as a jammer gets pushed to the outside. Steph Leopard coming around, still controlling this jam, coming in on a second scoring pass. Steph Leopard getting pushed to the outside. Or no, T-Roll getting pushed to the outside. Steph Leopard, meanwhile, getting a... Nope, it was a blocker who got a penalty. Steph Leopard just getting pushed to the outside and forced to recycle. T-Roll does get a penalty, though, and this is now going to be a power jam for Philly and Steph Leopard. Steph Leopard trying to find any sort of space in the pack, jukes around to the outside, and is able to get through on this power jam. Strader, welcome to a Third Wheel All-Star. Strader recently, I don't know, Sirius, if you know this, but Strader was nominated to the board of JRDA and will be, I think, safety head. Is that right, Strader? So super excited. South Bend just went into overtime. Are you kidding me, Mr. Bruce guy? Oh, you got to keep us updated with all of the exciting things happening with that South Bend game. Oh, so exciting. So exciting to hear. All right, so we have got... I think we are starting this next jam with T-Roll still in the box for Rock. So we will have a short power jam. T-Roll is standing, so we'll be in there for less than 10 seconds. As Poison Ash is going to be jamming for Philly on this very short power jam. T-Roll has been released from the box. Poison Ash taking a huge hit from Ursa Mamer, but is able to recover, has to get past a final Rock blocker and does so to get out and will be lead jammer. Meanwhile, T-Roll in the pack does not look to be considering passing the star. Poison Ash coming in, hopping that apex on the inside to grab 4 points for Philly. T-Roll trying to get out of that pack and does so as Poison Ash comes around and hits the pack on a second scoring pass. T-Roll coming around will not be able to score any points as Poison Ash will call that jam after scoring 8 points for Philly, bringing them to 16, holding Rock at 4 points. Michael says he did not go to school at the same time as Ray Charles. The Florida School for the Deaf and Blind is different if you're from out of town, you stay in a dorm. Oh, that's interesting to know. And you're in the Smoky Mountains right now, Strader, and congratulations. I was correct that you are the new chair of safety. And Strader stole Crash. Crash is also in the Smoky Mountains with Strader. Well, enjoy your vacation and enjoy watching some Derby while you're on vacation. Multipass jamming for Rock and Antidote for Philly. Looks like that box is finally clear. And it is Antidote who comes out with lead jammer. Multipass has got one blocker to get past and does so. There's a little tumble at the front. Multipass is able to recover without being swallowed back up by the pack. Antidote coming into the pack on a scoring pass, whips off of their teammate to get through the pack to grab all 4 points, keeping Multipass from scoring and grabbing 4 for Philly. Short jams so far in this game. That penalty on T-Roll earlier definitely affected Rock's ability to start getting the point score up there. So Philly has taken a 16-point lead in the first 6 minutes of this game. Jam Beasley on the line for the first time for Rock up against Steph Leopard, who got that power jam earlier. So let's see how this one plays out as we begin the jam. Everybody is a little bit all mushed up there, but with a little bit of a hop, Steph Leopard becomes lead jammer and is able to get out of the pack, of narrowly avoiding a hit from Newcomb. The star was passed, and your jammer for Rock will now be Ava, who is coming into the pack on a scoring pass. Looks like Steph Leopard is not going to call it, so Ava will be able to try and score some points here. Steph Leopard getting some help, some offensive help from her pivot, as Ava does get through for 4 points. Steph Leopard able to also get through and does decide to call the jam. Both jammers able to score 4 points there in that jam. Tonight is the Coke Zero 400 NASCAR race. Well, you know what that means, Sirius. We're going to have to drink some Coke Zero, since that is what we brought with us. I got to drink this water first, though, because lately with Derby Date Night, I've been doing a really bad job of actually hydrating. I've just been drinking caffeine, which is fun for me, but I also need to actually drink some water, so. Short break to drink some water. Newcomb and Poison Ash. Poison Ash comes out as lead jammer. Newcomb takes a little tumble and has got one more blocker to get past. Oh, nice hit to the inside from number 17, Nova Payne on Philly, forcing Newcomb to the back while Poison Ash comes in. It's gonna have to get past number 28 from Rock. Huge hit there from Casey Me Rollin to slow down Poison Ash. She is going to go to the penalty box there. I think that might have been an out-of-play hit there at the end. Poison Ash is able to get through, but was slowed down there as Newcomb is pulling the pack apart at the front, does get through. Poison Ash comes in with a bean dip around the outside, grabs all 4 points, and will be calling that jam after scoring 8 points for Philly Roller Derby. Carl has joined us. Hello, Carl. Also, Mr. Bruce Guy, aren't you officiating South Bend right now? Are they? Oh, it's over. 141-137, Windy City. Ooh, what a close game between Windy City and South Bend. That is a good one. You can watch again on South Bend's YouTube channel if you want to, but not right now because you're watching this game. So focus, pay attention. South Bend, they post on Facebook, not YouTube. South Bend's Facebook. You can watch that, and I definitely will be later, but not right now because we're watching this one. Ooh, Sirius is going to be jealous of you, Michael. Michael rode in one of those NASCARs. We are big fans of Formula One, so if I can ever get Sirius in a Formula One car, I think that would be his dream. We are currently in an official timeout, as this is an opportunity for me to take a drink and maybe tell you a back-to-school joke, Sirius. Would you like to hear? These, okay, I know lately I've been doing really well with some actual good jokes. Today, that was not the goal. I have got the corniest of corny jokes for you today, Sirius. And we will start with Luke coming home from his first day of school, and his mother asks, "What did you learn today, Luke?" "Not enough," Luke replies. "They said I have to go back tomorrow." Sirius is just rolling his eyes. He has no interest in any of my shenanigans today. One more before we go back. Why was the computer late for school? He had a hard drive. We did not get new camera equipment, Vanity. This is what happens when we have really good lighting. So if we come to your, in a venue with good internet. Oh, Sirius says we have really good internet here. That's part, okay, that's why. Yes, it's lovely when we have really good internet, so it makes it look nice and sharp. Thank you for the compliment. All right, we got Battlescar up against Antidote. Antidote able to bust through a tripod at the front, but is getting a forearm. So this will be a power jam for Battlescar and Rock. Battlescar still is eligible to get lead because that forearm happened from Antidote before lead was called. Battlescar doing a great job of pulling that pack apart. Philly doing a great job of waterfalling to the front. Battlescar up against 2 blockers from Philly, doing a great job holding Battlescar. Battlescar managing to get the no pack called and is out of the pack and is lead jammer in this power jam while Antidote waits in the box. Antidote actually has been released from the box and is now back in the game. Battlescar getting pushed to the back. Ooh, nice work there by, who is that from Philly? 728 by Barbs to slow down Multipass. Multipass does end up calling the jam at the end there after scoring 4 points for Rock, bringing them to 12 points. Michael likes the jokes. Thanks, Michael. We are known here for having bad jokes and good roller derby. Self-proclaimed. Oh, it looks like we have got Steph Leopard and Multipass. That's not Multipass, is it? Am I doing it again? Battlescar. I literally called Battlescar. Oh my gosh. So last time we did Rock, I confused Battlescar and Multipass. I was focused. I'm ready to go because Multipass has rainbow on. So we need to remember, everybody. Oh, and multi-pass, we are watching that rainbow head to the penalty box right now. And so multi-pass will be sitting cloudy in the clouds. The rainbow's going to the clouds of the penalty box. Steph Leopard is pulling the pack apart at the front and is able to get through as lead jammer. Rock is resetting while Philly is in the back, looking to the jammer to see what kind of offense they are going to provide. Mia Morales was ready for that one, though, and slows down Steph Leopard. Leopard juking to the inside and takes a hit from, it's a nice hit there. Probably whoever is getting a penalty, because usually when I say nice hit, that person ends up going to the box. But Steph Leopard is through. Multi-pass is out of the box and back in the pack. The star has been passed to number 28 on Rock. That is Casey Me Rollin, who is now the jammer for Rock, coming up against a tough Philly tripod in the back. Ooh, that is a tough, tough tripod. Here at Derby Date Night, we would call that a tripod of doom that Casey Me Rollin is stuck in as Steph Leopard comes in and finds T-Roll at the front. T-Roll pushing Steph Leopard out to the outside of the track, and Steph calls that jam after scoring 12 points for Philly, bringing that score to 44. We are at 44-12. Grace says, woo, Steph. And are we going to look at the rosters yet, Sirius? At the next time out, we will show. We have not gotten to rosters. We got started so fast here. We will definitely be showing you those rosters as soon as we get a little bit of a break. But this game has been going fast. We are almost halfway through the first half already. Jam Beasley on the line for Rock and Poison Ash for Philly. We have one blocker in the box for Philly right now. So Rock has a 4-3 pack advantage as Jam Beasley tries to push that pack to the front. It is Poison Ash who finds the littlest of spaces on the inside line and is able to get out. Jam Beasley also finding some spaces out about half a track behind. Poison Ash coming around on a scoring pass. Jam Beasley chasing Poison Ash down. Ash gets knocked to the inside by Ursa, gets tangled up with one of the refs and is back in. Jam is through. Has scored 4 points for Rock as Poison Ash gets pushed to the back. And that jam is ending. Roller Derby of Central Kentucky outscoring Philly by 2 points, 4-2, bringing Rock to 16. We got Newcomb on the line for Rock and Antidote for Philly. All right, nobody, the whistle has blown. That pack is not really moving at all. This is tough defense. Antidote busts through, finds T-Roll at the front along with Wicked Wench. Nice waterfalling to hold Antidote as long as they can, but Antidote is able to get out and will be lead jammer for Philly. Antidote coming into the pack and gets through for 4 points for Philly. Meanwhile, I'm trying to see if Newcomb is still holding the star, but has decided to focus on defense as Antidote is coming in, but Antidote is able to get through on the outside there. Newcomb has no one to pass it to right now as T-Roll has been sent to the penalty box. So Newcomb is out there. Even though Newcomb is not wearing the star, Newcomb is still the jammer. Antidote takes a little bit of a tumble as they come in on another scoring pass. Newcomb is able to get through, I think, in all that confusion, and Antidote does decide to call the jam, but not before scoring 12 points for Philly, bringing them to 58. Oh, Mr. Bruce, guys, wondering who the dazzling group of officials is. Using the, for those who do not know, a group of zebras is called a dazzle. And we do have the names of all of our officials, Mr. Bruce Guy, and we will go through them. Once somebody calls a timeout, we'll be able to tell you who all you are watching. Sirius, would you like to call a timeout? Hey, look at that! How'd you do that? A timeout got called. All right, we're going to tell you. Scoreboard's broken? What do you mean scoreboard's broken? Oh, well, Sirius is going to do that. I'll tell you who the officials are. Since he can't show you who the teams are, I'll tell you who the officials are. All right, our skating referees are Croc, Ketterman, Darcy, John, Tuftone, Quinn, and Invader Jim. Our NSOs are Busty, Tommy, Wonder, Bubbles, Rory, Scary, Rebel, Bree, Justin, Mayhem, Pixie, and Moose. Serious, have we completely lost the scoreboard at this point? Okay, cool. We're fine. We'll go with it. So your rock stars are 111 Jam Beasley, 138 TKO, 28 Casey Me Rollin, 314 Mia Morales, 34 Pinky Bruiser, 404 Ava, 412 Bettlescar, 42 Ragdoll, 6313 Chad, 762 Sockham's Razor, 77 T-Roll, 86 Nukem, 89 Multipass, 116 Ursa Mamer, and 122 Wicked Wench. I'll tell you about Philly during the next break. And we got our scoreboard back. Good job, Sirius. No stress there at all, right? We got Bettlescar up against Steph Leopard. Bettlescar is your lead jammer. Steph Leopard, oh, a beautiful, almost straight pecs jump. And I thought maybe it was very close to a track cut, and I wasn't sure. Nukem was like, I think it's a track cut, and it was a track cut. So Bettlescar immediately calling the jam, as we are going to now start this next jam as a power jam for Rock. This is a great opportunity, as Rock has fallen behind. Philly, who has taken a pretty commanding lead at 58-20, but those of you who know Derby know that things can change quite quickly. Bubbles will be in the second game. Cosmic is currently taking photos right next to our booth, so you'll see Cosmic at some point when the cameras change. All right, we got Multipass jamming in this power jam while Steph Leopard waits in the box. Multipass is able to get through and will be your lead jammer for Rock while Steph Leopard waits in the box. Multipass communicating with the blockers. T-Roll coming up to provide some offensive help there. Nice reforming by Philly, but Multipass is able to spin out of there and get through for 4 points. Steph Leopard is standing in the box and will be re-entering shortly as Multipass comes around on a second scoring pass. Multipass coming around the outside is running into Dread Velvet as the pivot who slows Multipass down. Steph Leopard still on that initial, not currently scoring points, is able to get through the pack. Multi calls that just as Steph gets through, having scored 6 total points for Rock, bringing them to 26 and keeping Philly scoreless in that jam. Jam Beasley on the line for Rock. Mr. Bruce Guy, thanks for joining us. I know you have to go work this third game now, so hope that South Bend versus Fort Wayne is a great game and hopefully as close of a game as this South Bend one was. Another timeout. Oh, so I can talk about Philly now. Hey, look at that. We got access to the scoreboard again. We have got number 27 Carmelectrack, 100 Antidote, 14 Ragnarok, 20 Murder Maid, 212 The Death Stare, 253 Fury, 3 Nox, 37 Dread Velvet, 66 Riptide, 83 BB Sting, 04 Poison Ash, 128 Molly Striker, 17 Nova Pain, 201 Jessica, 24 Bourbon, 29. Bourbon is in Kentucky right now. This is like amazing for Bourbon. 29 Steph Leopard, 32 Baroness de Menace, 51 Cass Warfare, 728 Barbs, and 99 Russian Bayou. All right. I don't have time to tell a joke, do I, Sirius?
5 seconds.
I got 5 seconds. I don't know if I can tell a joke in 5 seconds. I don't have any ready. All right, I know we've got a lot of cool Derby happening this weekend, so thank you for joining us here on Derby Date Night. If you are new and don't know us, please subscribe to our channel, like our channel, and even consider becoming a member, as we love any support we can get for bringing you what we think is some of the best roller derby in the Midwest. Antidote is trying to pull that pack apart at the front. And there is a penalty going to Antidote. So this will be another power jam for Rock and Jam Beasley, who is going to have to get past Russian Bayou, who is helping in a tripod. Now a duo of skaters working there with Molly Strider, but Jam Beasley is able to get through and will be lead jammer for Rock as Antidote waits in the penalty box. Jam Beasley coming around on a first scoring pass. Jam trying to break that pack apart, is on the outside. All four blockers from Philly focused on defense as Antidote is coming into the pack, approaching Rock, who is now also focused on defense. This pack is going to slow down on this straight between turns 2 and 3. Antidote taking a little bit of a reset, going back and busting that pack apart. Everybody kind of tumbles, and Antidote comes out. That is a first initial for Antidote, so no points scored yet, but Antidote will be eligible to score points if Jam Beasley doesn't call it, which she does as I'm saying that. Russian Bayou, it is a great name, isn't it? Sunflower sees Ursa out there jamming, mostly pivoting, I think, for Rock. Okay, getting ready for our 13th jam. Wow, already? There's only 10 minutes left in this first half. Those of you who know Derby Date Night know that we will be doing a Skater of the Game vote in the second half. So if you have any skaters that you see doing amazing things, we will be nominating one blocker and one jammer from each team for you to vote on as Skater of the Game in the second half. So if you have anybody you want to nominate, shout them out, and we will consider it as we think about who we are going to put up there for you to vote for. That pack again going real slow. This is such a defensive game, but it is Steph Leopard who Steph Leopard comes out as lead jammer, but Newcomb also getting out and jumps in front of Steph. Newcomb's gonna be hitting that pack first. Steph also coming in. Steph is not gonna call it. Both jammers getting hit to the inside. And Steph does decide to call that jam. Smiles from everyone on that jam. Okay, as they're going off, both Philly and Rock are giving each other high fives, and I just love to see that, like teams that are just enjoying playing each other and having a great time. Battlescar on the line for Rock and Poison Ash for Philly. Casey says Riptide and Antidote as nominations. All right. Poison Ash weaving through the pack to grab lead jammer, but Battlescar also able to get out, is only about a quarter track behind, and these two jammers are going to be racing to the pack, which has slowed down at turn 3. Poison Ash hits that broken up pack, does a little bit of a jump, and lands in what looked like a really painful position, but gets up and looks, these skaters are made of rubber. I was like, oh gosh, they're hurt. Nope, they're fine. Just taking a minute. Just taking a minute. Casey, tell me, you say love our PRD skaters. What do you mean by PRD? Tell us a little bit about that. Oh, Philly Roller Derby. Okay, fine. Sorry, Sirius. Sirius, it's like, you dummy. These skaters have come so far since COVID. Did they just start during like COVID? During COVID times or after COVID times? I love learning about the skaters, so tell me all the things. Carl's saying, you can do this, Battlescar. So Philly is almost double the score of Rock, but this is a very low scoring game so far. We have an official review that has been called by Philly right now, so they are talking to the dazzle of referees in the middle to explain what it is they are requesting. Oftentimes, if it is Philly requesting it, they might be asking for some sort of a penalty on Battlescar. I'm doing it again. They're going to make fun of me later because I cannot. I don't know. Battlescar multipass. It's because Battlescar loaned multipass the rainbow shorts that Battlescar was wearing last time. Yeah, this is the future, and they're laughing at me right now. Okay, Casey says, just rebuilding since COVID. A lot of the skaters are new since 2020. Wow, really? Because these skaters do not look like they have only skated since 2020. I mean, I'm sure there's some vets out there, but wow, I love seeing a good, strong rebuilding team. All right, we're going to find out what this official review is all about from Croc.
So Philly challenged points on that. They wanted their jammer to have an additional point for landing the apex inbounds and passing it up. The officials got together. They added a point.
Okay.
So Philly will retain their.
All right. Okay, so Philly is going to retain that official review. What they were asking for was an additional point on that apex jump that happened at the end of that jam because the jammer landed inbounds and they were requesting that point from landing inbounds and getting that last point before the jam ended. The refs did agree, and Philly will retain their official review, and that 1 point will be added. And we now, officially, Philly has outscored Rock by exactly half. So we will see what Rock can do in the next 8 minutes to try and cut into that lead. It's going to be hard, though, if you've got a pivot headed to the box for Rock, while Antidote is the lead jammer. Multipass is going to be all alone out there because there is no pivot to pass to. Multipass has got a tripod of blockers that she is stuck behind while Antidote sails through the pack practically untouched there for 4 points. Multipass getting pushed to the inside of the track while Antidote comes in on a second scoring pass and busts through with some offensive help there and grabs 4 more points. Multipass getting pushed to the outside. Multipass continuing to struggle with this tripod of doom at the back of the pack. Philly is just locked in on Multipass as, who is that coming in? 138 TKO comes in, the pivot. Multipass is like, here, take this. And TKO takes that star and is now the jammer for Rock, but takes a hit from Barbs, who is gonna pull TKO all the way to the very back of the pack. TKO is resetting at the back of the pack, while Antidote, who has scored 12 points, is currently in the pack on a 4th scoring pass. No, wait, where's Antidote? Is Antidote just stuck there? Nice blocking by Rock there. I was like, where? Oh, yeah, nice blocking. That is, let's see, who is that? 162 from Rock. That would be... You all know, whoever was in that blocking duo, they did a great job. Yes, solid walls, amazing defense, completely agree. There are some bets, but Philly has welcomed a lot of new skaters, just a very strong team. Really looking good. Thanks for the info, Casey, we really appreciate it. So Philly was 16 points in that jam, 76 points for Philly. Rock hanging in there with 30, still a very low scoring game. That is the highest scoring jam so far in this game. Jam Beasley up against Steph Leopard. Jam Beasley almost getting out of that pack, but then gets swallowed back up. Jam is getting some offensive help by Chad right now, trying to help break that pack apart. And Jam Beasley will be lead jammer for Rock. Steph Leopard is jamming for Philly and is trying to break the pack of 4 blockers apart who are all focused on defense. Now 3. Philly is doing a really good job of trying to pull these packs forward and break them apart. Rock pushing Steph Leopard to the inside as Jam Beasley has gotten stuck at the back. There are only 2, now 3 blockers from Philly. Steph Leopard sees the pivot who has come in and says, I can take it if you need me to. Steph continuing to try and push through. It takes a push to the outside. Chad is pulling Steph all the way to the back. This pack is just at a standstill here between turns 1 and 2. Jam Beasley continuing to try and find space. Ursa coming in to provide some offense for Jam. Jam's gonna have to get past Fury though, which is no easy task. Steph, meanwhile, has been, an apex jump that was not successful there, and Steph is going to have to be brought to the back as Steph reforms, still with that star in hand. Jam has gotten through for 4 very hard-earned points for Rock there. Really great grit there from Jam as Steph continues to try and push. This pack is just not moving. Steph finally sees some space at the outside and then jukes to the inside to finally get through the pack. Jam steps through to grab another 4 points for Rock and calls the jam. That was almost a full 2-minute jam for Jam and Rock, and whew, that was a tough jar of jam to open, but it was 8 points for Rock. Jenny says, good job, 762 Razor. I've got a lot of people to get to choose from here. Oh, Razor was the one that was doing that blocking. Thank you, Jenny. I will call out skaters by their number, and sometimes I'm like, what's their name? So thank you for helping me out with those names. I've just seen so much amazing, really, defense. These blockers are doing such a good job on both sides. Poison Ash is through as lead jammer for Philly. Newcomb jamming for Rock has got 2 blockers to get past and does a little spin at the front to get through and does so. Philly coming back to try and help Poison, who is on her first scoring pass. Poison has got 2 blockers to get past and does so, getting 3 points. Nice job by T-Roll there, protecting that 4th point for Rock, keeping Philly to only 3 there. 3 minutes left in this first half. This game is going so fast, Sirius. Are you cold? Were you looking for, do you want my blazer? My glittery blazer? You want to wear my glitter blazer? He said, no? You don't want to wear my glitter blazer? I would love to see you in my glitter blazer, Sirius. Battle Scar jamming for Rock. And Karma Electrac jamming for the first time for Philly. Bettel's toe stops are amazing. It is Bettel as lead, but Karma Electrac comes out of nowhere on the inside line, and Bettel does decide to call the jam. Oh, I was excited to see that jam keep going. But Battle Scar said, nope, we're not gonna do this when the other jammer is in front of me. Welcome, Michael Kwan. We are excited to have you here. You did not miss the stream. We are actually just about to end the first half of the first game, so we have 3 more halves of Derby to go through. A quarter of the way. Thank you, Sirius. Math, that's the thing that I don't do, and I didn't bring out my calculator yet, so. All right, T-Roll. Oh, T-Roll jamming. I've seen T-Roll take a pass but not start as a jammer, but it is Antidote. Antidote is just all over it today as they come out with lead jammer again for Philly. But T-Roll is not taking this lion down. T-Roll says, I got this, I'm coming. I'm chasing you down, Antidote. Antidote does see T-Roll and decides to call that jam and was not able to score any points there. Nice job by the Rock blockers. I think I did this last time. Didn't I sing Rock Lobster? Rock blocker, ooh, ooh. It just, every time I say Rock blockers, Rock Lobster. You guys, oh, Rock. When you rewatch this, can you please make a little video of you blocking to Rock Lobster? I think it just has to happen. Please, for me. And stickers with lobster blockers. If only we were in Maryland, that would be even more fun. Jam Beasley on the line again. Jam has been one of the more successful jammers in this first half for Rock. So Jam is hoping that, we're going backwards here. Steph Leopard getting pulled all the way to the back as Jam Beasley is trying to just use sheer force to get through this tripod. It is Steph who gets through, getting around Mia Morales at the front. No, that's not Mia Morales. 3-4. Pinky Brewster was at the front of that pack there. Jam Beasley is through. Steph Leopard currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Sees Jam coming. Jam's not going to be able to score any points because that jam is going to get called. But only 1 point able to be scored by Philly. The past, ever since Philly had that 16-point jam, which brought them from 60 to 76, we have had 3 jams. Philly has scored 4 points in the last 3 jams. And this, if we don't get a timeout, we're going to go into halftime, aren't we? All right, well, looks like we are going into halftime. And Rock really did a good job at the end of that first half of really shutting down Philly. If they can continue to dial into that, Philly is going to have a hard time scoring. They've their majority of their points have come from power jams. Rock has been able to get some points, but they're going to have to be a little bit higher on the point scoring in the second half in order to catch up into this lead that Philly has established. So we'll see what happens in about 15 minutes here on Derby Date Night. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, back to school edition, where y'all are not gonna, oh my gosh. So I was told about this, okay, so the recipient of the proceeds, some of the proceeds from the bout today go to a really cool business who is gonna be helping sponsor some kids' school lunches in Lexington. And I was like, that's so cool. And they were like, yeah, it's a fudge company that's based here, and they're going to be helping provide money for these kids' school lunches. The fudge company is called Dallas Fudge, and it's DAHLHUS. Dallas. You guys can correct me if I'm saying it wrong. Fudge, and their subtitle is Oh Fudge. And literally, Sirius and I just tried this fudge during halftime, and Sirius said, I don't want to be skinny anymore. There's a raspberry fudge and then a basic chocolate fudge. And literally, y'all, this is the best fudge I've ever had in my life. Dallas, DAHLUH. Oh, there's two H's. DAHLHUS. Anyway, this fudge is amazing. I love it, and I'm not losing weight ever again because this is amazing. Speaking of food, Carl, Sirius and I have just had an amazing food experience with this fudge. So wonderful company who is helping sponsor these kids' school lunches, but also make the best fudge in the entire world. Oh, so good. We don't even really like fudge that much. So good. Okay, and you guys are talking about Mexican food during the break, it looks like. Always fun. Oh, now they're talking about jam. Pimento jam, bacon jam. Oh, okay. You guys, we haven't eaten dinner yet, and we don't get to eat dinner until we've, what's it called? Packed up all of our stuff. So it's going to be like a late dinner, and I am 100% getting a burger. I'm making myself hungry. Or I could just eat all of this fudge. Well, one of these fudges is raspberry. So good. All right. Anyway, we're back to Derby, which is, I guess, why you're here, not to listen to me talk about fudge and jam. Anyway, Sirius and I have chosen one jammer and one blocker from each team for you to vote on for your skater of the game. Once you vote, Battlescar is headed to the box it's going to be a power jam for Antidote and Philly as we start this second half. That is not how Rock wanted to start things. Antidote is able to get out at the front of the pack and will be lead jammer for Philly. Antidote is also one of our nominees for skater of the game. We have chosen Antidote, Fury, Mia Morales, and Jam Beasley as the nominations for Skater of the Game. I'm going to put this poll up. You have until 5 minutes is left in the game to vote. You only get to vote once, so choose wisely. Antidote is through for 4 points for Philly. Battlescar is out of the box, still on her initial though. So Battlescar still has to get through this pack once, has got to get past Baroness de Menace of Philly and is able to do so. Antidote, meanwhile, has now scored 7, maybe 8 points. 8 points for Rock, and that jam will come to an end. Strader is explaining what bacon jam is to Carl, and I'm realizing that I've never really known what bacon jam is, and Strader explains it as bacon with onions, sugar, vinegar, and spices. You guys, we can't get hungry again. I'm not going to be eating for like 2 hours. Sirius goes, oh no. Look, I'm hungry, Sirius. This is serious. Steph Leopard jamming for Philly Roller Derby up against Jam Beasley. Not Bacon Jam, but our jam, Rock's jam. But Jam is not going to be lead because Steph Leopard is going to juke around to get through as lead, but Jam is able to get out only about a quarter track behind. Steph hitting the pack, Jam hitting the pack. Steph is through, and Jam is stuck behind a these Philly tripods are ridiculous, and they are difficult to get through. Traffic jam, Sirius. Sirius is on it with the puns today. Jam is in a traffic jam. But Steph is also getting pulled to the back and is having to reform. Sockham's Razor was pulling Steph back. Both those jammers getting stuck there, but it is going to be a is it a 6-4 jam. Philly's now at 94, Rock at 42. Vanity's like, I'm sorry, I'm still talking about food. Whenever the chat goes off on food, I know I'm in trouble. And I have this little piece of fudge sitting in front of me, but Sirius never really lets me eat while I'm announcing because, I mean, that's smarter than I am. But I would like to try and figure out how to eat while announcing. Ursa's jamming. Ursa's got the star on, and so does Poison Ash. Poison Ash has just got to get past Punky. Does so, and Rock doing some nice reforming to try and re-swallow up Poison Ash. Ursa sees a space and is able to get out and is right behind Poison Ash. That pack has sped up, and we're gonna play old school derby, and everybody's just gonna go as fast as they can. This is a race. Poison Ash, though, is fast and is able to get through and score those points. That was fun, though. Michael says we're jamming. And I hope you like, oh yeah, we be jamming. I gotta say it slower, jamming. I hope you like jamming too. Stop laughing at me. That's what the mute button is for when I sing. The mute button might have to be for, well, and then there's a player on Rock called KC Me Rollin', and I really want to sing every time I say their name. Battlescar up against Antidote. Ooh, Battlescar almost through, but takes a big ol' hit and has to reform and then busts through the pack. Busts through a multiplayer, actually, which is sending a blocker from Philly to the box. Battlescar is getting scrappy up there and pushes through, but Antidote has already gotten lead and is in the pack on a scoring pass. Antidote taking a minute to get up, sees Battlestar coming, and calls the jam. Oh, the fudge eating button. Vanity is like, no, the mute's not for you singing. It's for when you eat the fudge. But Sirius won't mute me. That's the problem here. What if I just take a little nibble?
Was that one fan for Philly? Come on, They're doing a good job, guys.
Okay, see, but then I don't talk. That's the other problem. Oh, this fudge is so good. I can't get over it. Jam Beasley on the line up against Steph Leopard. We have seen these two a lot today. They have got to be so tired. They've both jammed so much. And Jam finds, I don't know where that space came from. On the outside, Jam is through as lead. Steph has the star off, has got to get past Chad. And nice reforming by the other Rock blockers to try and hold Steph, but Steph is able to get through. Jam is in the pack on a scoring pass as Steph approaches the pack. Jam does call it, and Steph is unable to get any points, but not for lack of trying. Nice job by everybody there. Philly bringing, I don't know when they brought themselves to 100, probably while I was eating fudge, but they're at 100 now. You want to mute me so I can eat this fudge? It's so good. Ursa on the line again, up against Poison Ash. Ursa trying to use strength to push through. Poison Ash trying to weave through, takes a hit to the outside, which gives Ursa an opportunity, but Ursa's got dealing with a bunch of blockers at the front. Takes a tumble. Poison Ash, meanwhile, stuck in the back. These blockers are so good. Ursa has one to get past and does so, but is not lead jammer. There was a no pass, no penalty somewhere in there, which means Ursa passed a blocker, but did so without getting that point. So Ursa was in front of Poison, so as soon as Poison got out and got lead jammer, Poison did call it because Ursa was in point scoring position. Elizabeth is cheering for Fury, and Michael Kwan, the spirit of Bob Marley, is cheering for Derby. Jammin', jammin'. Yeah, he must have. Wait, does that really how the song goes? Yeah. We should make a little thing. Oh, wait, that's copywritten, isn't it? Ooh, 22 minutes left in this game, and then we have a whole nother game for you between the B teams of Rock and Philly. Battlescar up against Antidote. Battlescar takes a little push to the inside. Antidote has got a penalty and is going to be headed to the box, so this will be a power jam for Rock and Battlescar. Battle has just got to get past one more blocker. Oh no, Battlescar's going to the box. This is going to be a Shanana Jam. Copyright Kimbo Slicer, where both jammers will sit, but Battlescar will only sit for as long as Antidote sat in the box, and both these jammers are re-entering. Battle was like Energizer Bunny or something and just jumped right out of that box and re-entered before Antidote did. Even though Antidote was released from the box first, Battlescar is trying everything she can think of to bust up this tripod. Oh, this tripod is tough. One of the tripod ends up going to the box, which allows Battlescar to get out. This jam will be going for a whole nother minute because no one is currently lead jammer. Battlescar coming in the pack on a scoring pass, takes a hit from Antidote. Antidote? Isn't Antidote still the jammer? Okay, Antidote's just gonna, I think, is Battle just waiting? We're just gonna, Antidote needs a break. I think we're just not gonna play Derby for the next 30 seconds. Oh, I can eat the fudge. If we're not playing Derby, I'm eating fudge. Okay, Antidote has decided to just nullify the jam, I guess? Because Antidote is the one who pushed Battlescar out, so Battlescar has to re-enter in behind Antidote, who went all the way back to the third, to turn 3. So I think Antidote, and that jam comes to an end, and I was able to eat some fudge. I did, I popped it in my mouth as soon as I said it. I do know the song Roller Derby Queen, Michael Kwan. I can't sing it, but I do know it. All right. I hope we're going to play this next jam. Who is who? Dancing? Who is dancing? That is Multipass wearing Battlescar's pants. because they want to confuse me. All right. But I've been doing pretty well. The beginning I know, serious is like pop quiz. All right, lead jammer going to Philly. That's Poison Ash. Star pass to Newcomb on Rock. Newcomb now has the star. Poison Ash is Poison Ash is through. No, Poison Ash has the penalty? Poison Ash has the penalty. So this is a power jam for Newcomb, and this is now a 2-minute jam. Yeah, Michael, I think the no Derby was the chance to clear the box, and I think Antidote was also like, yeah, we're just done. If we're not playing Derby, I'm eating fudge. I did say that. We should make a sticker. All right, Newcomb. Newcomb's got a shot here while Poison Ash waits in the penalty box, but first Newcomb is going to have to get through these blockers, these Philly blockers. Woo! South Bend and Fort Wayne are currently playing, or Fort Payne, as Bruce Guy just called them, which is kind of funny. Very close game right now between them, 59-52. Newcomb is through for 4 points. Poison Ash coming out of the box and getting through. Poison Ash also has scored 4 points. 34 seconds left in this jam. Newcomb is through for another 4. Poison Ash being pulled to the back there as Newcomb comes around. Newcomb has outscored Poison Ash by 4 points. Newcomb coming in on a third scoring pass. Oh, nice hit to Poison Ash there, but Poison Ash is able to get through. That was Sockham's Razor with that hit. Great job there. Poison Ash coming in trying to score more as Newcomb's also in there. And that jam is going to come to an end. Both jammers grabbing 3 points there, so I think this ends up as a null jam because I think they both got 11 points.
Thanks again to some of the incredible local artists.
Michael Kwan says, Bob Marley's song, I hope this jam is gonna last. Jammer during a jam. When will this end? Speaking of, my award for pure grit goes to Jam Beasley in the first half for a 8-point, every single point was earned, but 8-point, 2-minute jam. Speaking of that lead jammer going to Jam Beasley, who is currently one of our nominees for Skater of the Game. And it looks like the Steph Leopard has the star off, but was able to get through the pack on the inside there as Jam Beasley comes in and gets some nice offense from Rock players there to get through for 4 points. Steph Leopard takes advantage of a broken apart pack as that box is getting full and that track is getting empty. Both jammers now coming around to try and score some more points. Offense being done there by KC Rowland to help Jam get through at the end. Rock was able to outscore Philly there 8-4, but Philly is continuing to hold that lead, continuing to hold kind of the same, like Philly has continuously been about double the score of Rock, so they're not pulling away. They're continuing to stay at a little bit more than double the points, but we'll have to see how things go in these next 15 minutes. Ursa is jamming out. As soon as I said it, Ursa stopped dancing. I know Ursa can't hear me, but they are having the best time. Wait, now we're skating on one foot. Are we at a timeout? I think we're, oh, jokes! It's a team timeout. It's a Rock timeout. All right, I gotta tell you some more back to school jokes, of course. What animal does not deserve straight A's in school? A cheetah. A man dug a tunnel out of jail and came up on a preschool playground, which is a problem for a later time. I'm free, he yelled. Big deal, said a little boy. I'm 4. Also, if there's a school that close to a prison, they need to do some talking to the government. Why did the broom get a poor grade in school? Because it was always sleeping. Sweep. I can't even do the punchline right. Because it was sweeping during class. Sirius is like, you're done. You're done, Aria. Okay, let's go back to Derby so you don't have to listen to any more of these bad jokes. Or so you're sad. You're sad you don't get to listen to any more jokes. Ooh, Carl wants us to do a montage with clips of roller derby skaters doing random dance moves on the track. That would be fun. All right, so Ursa just came out to like pretend that they were going to be a jammer, but then said, you know what? I'm going to give this star to Battlescar. Battlescar and Poison Ash, and it is Battlescar coming out as lead jammer, but Poison Ash, oh, a big ol' hit. Was that Newcomb? Newcomb. Newcomb is the one who slowed down Poison Ash as Battlescar comes around on a scoring pass. Poison Ash gets through, and Battlescar calls the jam as a Philly blocker is sent to the box. But that box is going to continue to have some people in it, I believe. Chad is standing in the box right now, and we've got one Philly blocker who just sat in the box. So I think it's going to be a 3-3 blocker. Yep, 3-3 blockers out there, and Ursa Maimer is going to have that star on and is going to be jamming up against Antidote.
Got a staggered start.
Lee says, go Ash. Casey says, shout out to John the ref from Philly. Yay! We love it when refs come with the teams. Ooh, both jammers finding some space. A tumble at the front with Antidote and a rock blocker. Ursa trying to find space on the inside with a spin, but it is Antidote who comes out with lead jammer. Ursa's continuing to try and get through, has that star off, might be looking for someone to pass it to. Antidote is through for 4 points for Philly. Ursa takes a hit to the outside. Those are some tough hits. Pivot pass has happened. Ursa's now a blocker while that star was going to go on. I can't see who that was, but they were going to be a jammer, but the jam got called. Lots of pivot passes from Rock. Really good job by Rock doing, like, making sure that when they aren't getting lead, they're definitely passing and making sure to try and get that jammer out as best they can to force that call off. When I was talking about you doing the montage, and I was like, yeah, Sirius can do the montage. Michael Kwan says, Sirius says, yeah, Aria's not the one pulling the video and editing. No, I am not, Michael. I am not the one who does all that work. Carl says, ah, phooey, there's much worse things to do. Good attitude, Carl. Lee says Menace with the hit out. Nice job, Menace. But right now we have got Steph Leopard as lead. The star was passed to T-roll for Rock as Steph Leopard comes in with a little hop over that apex to grab 4 points and call that jam. Let's look at our poll and see how our Skater of the Game poll is doing. Right now, Fury is winning with 50% of the vote. Antidote up there with 27%, Jam Beasley with 19, and Mia Morales with 4. I wish that we could nominate everyone. Like, this has been a really great game. There's some really good, strong derby happening from both teams. Lots of great work by all the individuals out on the track. Battlescar on the track for Rock and Poison Ash for Philly. Poison Ash on the outside line tumbles, but is able to recover, get up quickly, and get out on the outside line to become lead jammer. Battlescar pushing through and is able to get out, but is over a half a track behind Poison Ash, who's coming in. Oh, Philly with the offense there. Nice job to help Poison Ash through on the outside, and Poison calls it after scoring 4 points for Philly, like a clinic. Philly at 131, Rock at 64. Fudge doesn't have calories, does it? Not today. I want to eat more. It's so good.
Looks like we've got a change in strategy. We've got the blockers starting at the pivot line.
The blockers are now at the pivot line, while Jam Beasley and Antidote are both going to get a running start. Let's see how that goes for them. Antidote getting pushed to the outside while Jam is trying to push through up the middle, but getting stuck behind. If you let Philly get into that tripod, it is a hard thing to get through. Antidote is pulling that pack apart around the tripod, has sent a rock blocker to the box, and Antidote is able to get out and become lead jammer. Rock coming in to try and provide some help to Jam Beasley,
Pretty quiet crowd.
who is stuck in the back of the pack, and Antidote coming around. Takes a hit from Morales, is able to stay in, but takes another hit from, I think, Newcomb. But Newcomb goes to the penalty box, and Antidote is able to keep going, having scored 4 points for Philly. Jam Beasley has this star off, does not have anyone to pass it to right now, but might soon, as that tripod has been causing a lot of trouble for Jam Beasley, as Antidote comes in on another scoring pass and gets through for 4 more points.
Manages to stay forward.
Oh, that was beautiful. T-roll, coming out of the box, grabbing the star, and managing to stay in bounds to chase down Antidote and force the call off. That was beautiful.
That's some good derby right there. Good job, everybody.
Right, Casey? Casey says there's something in that Philly water, yo. Okay, I know this is just for football people, but Philly created the tush push in football. What would the equivalent of the tush push be for roller derby? Do you just push your jammer through the pack somehow? Like everybody just pushes their jammer somehow? That'd be funny if Philly had some equivalent to it. Ursa Mamer jamming for Rock and Steph Leopard for Philly. Ursa on the inside line takes a little tumble. Steph takes a similar line, but I saw a penalty getting called. Oh, it was not a penalty. It was a no pass. So I think Steph is going back to get the point she didn't have to try and get lead, but in the meantime, Ursa was able to get through. Ursa hits the pack and hits those hips. Steph, oh, with an attempted apex jump. Love that. The refs are discussing something. They're discussing whether or not there was a penalty there. They're not sure. I see a shrug. What? Oh, 9 minutes and 40 seconds left. If you have not voted for Skater of the Game at this point, please do so. You have only got 4.5 minutes left right now. Fury from Philly is winning that vote. And whoever wins Skater of the Game gets one of our coveted Derby Date Night Skater of the Game stickers that you can only get if you win Derby Date Night Skater of the Game as voted on by our chat. Battlescar is your lead jammer. No, Battlescar is not. That is a forearm. That will be a penalty. This is a power jam for Philly. as Rock has also lost a pivot. Poison Ash is coming out and is going to be... Poison Ash communicating with the team. And Poison Ash is through for 4 points. Battlescar now standing in the box. Poison Ash coming in on another pass. Battlescar about to be released, and it will be the end of the power jam. Battlescar comes in, takes that star off, pushes through the pack, gets through, very quickly coming out. Battlescar is also through, having scored another 4 points, and does call the jam. All right, we have got 8 minutes left in this game, but we have one more game coming up after this. So we're going to be around for a while. Yep, and I can eat more fudge before the next game. Oh, Michael Kwan says treats while at Derby are nutritionally neutral. I agree. I also kind of sometimes help Sirius with the equipment, so I count that as burning any calories that I eat during the game. Antidote is through as lead jammer, and it is Jam Beasley is stuck at the jammer line by the Philly defense. Meanwhile, Antidote finding some space on the outside to get through for 4 points. Rock coming back to try and help Jam Beasley. Jam Beasley hands the star to Multipass, who is now no, that is not, oh gosh, I need to stop switching. Who am I confusing with Multipass now? It's Ava. It's the rainbow. It's the rainbow that's doing it to me. Now I'm mixing up Ava and Multipass. All right. Good job, Aria. Huh? Vanity says, I know a few jammers like to grab my hips and use me as a battering ram. Yeah, that's kind of like the tush push, right? You just push the jammer. Carl says the refs have been discussing season 2 of Wednesday. Ooh, we need to catch up on that, Sirius. We started season 2 of Wednesday, but our TV broke. We currently do not have a television, and our kids are mad because they're home this weekend with no television. Poor them. They'll be fine. Ursa Mamer jamming for Rock and Steph Leopard for Philly. Ursa taking a tumble at the front while Steph is pulling the pack to the outside, and with a spin is able to get through and become lead jammer for Philly. Ursa hands that star to Newcomb, who will now be the jammer for Rock. Newcomb, oh, nice move there, getting through and grabbing those 4 points and calling it, bringing Philly to 158. Michael's asking me if I've ever done house announcing. I have. I did house announcing last year at Skate Wars. It was fun, but I definitely prefer play-by-play on the stream and talking with you all. House announcing, I kept telling them when the jammer was standing, and you're not supposed to do that as a house announcer. I share too much information. I'm better on the stream. Is there more than one roller derby team in Philly? That's a good question. Anybody here from Philly that knows? Oh, the poll is about to close. So if you want a last chance to put in your votes, otherwise we're going to be giving that skater of the game star to number 253, Fury, who has been out there doing amazing things as a blocker for Philly this whole game. Battlescar has the star off while Poison Ash is in the pack on a scoring pass. Battlescar is trying to find space on the outside. Poison Ash is able to get through for 4 points. Battlescar using the Philly blockers force against, like using it as like to hold her up. Battlescar was able to get out. Poison Ash has scored 4 points, is in the pack on another scoring pass and calls the jam. Taking a huge hit at the end there, but was able to grab 3 more points. All right, I'm closing that poll. Congratulations to Fury, number 253 from Philly, who is going to be your skater of the game. Woohoo! I love it when a blocker gets skater of the game. I love it when jammers get it, but it's like extra fun when a blocker gets it. 4 or 5 teams in Philly, Bridget? Wow. Reading, Lehigh Valley, Philly has 2 travel teams and 1 citywide special. I like that, citywide special. Oh, Penn Jersey. Okay, I do know Penn Jersey. And they have 3 home teams. Wow. I've never been on a team that's big enough to have home teams. I've always thought that would be fun to have a team with home teams. Okay, Newcomb was pulling back Antidote there at the beginning, but Antidote is talking to the refs, but then just decides to go through the pack. I don't know what happened there, but Newcomb's headed to the box, and Antidote is lead. Antidote's continuing to talk to the ref. Jam Beasley, meanwhile, just pushing, just pushing. I think I want to give Jam Beasley an award for grit in this game, like just really working hard. It has gotten quiet all of a sudden. Antidote, it's like everything's going in slow motion all of a sudden, but Antidote getting through the final 2 ROCKstars to get 4 points for Philly. Jam Beasley can, oh, and does call it. Jam Beasley is happy about that. The look on Jam's face was like, I wasn't through, but I'll take it. All right, I think we're stopping real quick for track repair, which means I get to tell you another back-to-school joke. Why was school easier for cave people? Well, they didn't have history class. Why did that make you laugh? Steph Leopard and Ursa Mamer. Steph Leopard, ooh, little juke to the inside and becomes lead jammer for Philly. Ursa Mamer, meanwhile, pushing through that pack, trying to get some offensive help. Oh, beautiful apex jump by Steph Leopard. That was gorgeous. To grab 4 points for Philly. Ursa getting pushed to the inside and pulled to the back. Meanwhile, Steph Leopard getting pushed to the inside and pulled to the back, while Ursa has, Ursa still has the stars, doing some spinny magic on the outside line, while Newcomb continues for a second time to pull Steph Leopard to the back of the pack. And Ursa was able to get through at the end there, and Steph calls that jam off. That was a long jam for 8 points for Philly. I mean, Rock is making Philly work for these points, and Philly is doing a great job managing not only to just hold Rock as much as they can, but to take advantage of every space they can to grab more points. We only have got 1 minute and 17 seconds left in this game. But we will have 2 more games. No, not today. 1 more game today, not 2. Battlescar and Poison Ash out here for what could be the last jam of the game. Who is going to be lead jammer? Battlescar getting pushed to the inside, and Poison Ash is up on the outside, and Poison Ash is not going to be lead jammer because Poison Ash is headed to the box, while Battlescar is going to become lead jammer in this power jam for Rock. 38 seconds left in this game. Battlescar coming around on this power jam. Newcomb coming in with some offense. Battlescar managing to stay inbounds on the inside line, grabbing 4 points for Rock. Poison Ash still in the box as Battlescar comes around on another scoring pass. 19 seconds left in this game. Oh, big hit there. Battlescar getting pulled to the back. Poison Ash has been released from the box. Battlescar coming up against one of those Philly tripods. 5 seconds left in this game. This will be the last jam of the game. Battlescar is calling it right as the game ends there, having scored 5 total points for Rock at the end there. The crowd got very excited about that last jam. That was a fun game. It was a fast game, Sirius. Didn't that feel so fast to you? Wow. Unofficial final score, 177 Philly, 69 Rock. We will continue to keep the cameras on everybody while they give out the MVPs, including the Derby Date Night MVP skater of the game for Fury from Philly Roller Derby. Thank you all for joining us. We will be back with you. What time is it now? In about 30 minutes for one more game here on Derby Date Night. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, back to school edition. We are live at Central Bank Center in Lexington, Kentucky, where we are getting ready for our last of 2 roller derby matchups tonight. We just saw Rock's A-Team, the ROCKstars, battle it out against Philly's A-Team. Philly came out on top. Now we're going to be watching the IndieROCKers and the Philly B-Team battle it out for a win of their own. You're watching Derby Date Night, where we bring you live roller derby in and around the Midwest. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and I'll be your play-by-play announcer with all the action and, of course, some corny jokes. Behind the camera is Sirius Lee, my forever date night and the real brains behind the operation. Pretty much he's doing all the important stuff while also trying to keep me in line. It's a hard job, but somebody has to do it. For those of you who don't know what we do here at Derby Date Night, we bring you good roller derby and bad jokes. Every stream we have a theme for our jokes. Whoa, what's happening to Time to Derby? Oh no, I thought I had a lot more time. That is not working correctly. I'm panicking. Okay. Why'd they do this to me? Now I only have 6 seconds to read the rest of my intro. Anyway, we tell jokes, we show you derby. Tara's here. Hi, Tara. Why'd they do that to me? That was mean. Anyway, back to school, because our kids, OMG and LOL, who are sophomores and juniors in high school, they went back to school, and it makes me feel old. So with a new school year starting, we figured back to school jokes. Why not? What is your favorite part of back to school? I love it when it starts to turn to fall and we get to do bonfires and tailgates and watch the kids in marching band. Sirius, what do you like most about fall? Or back to school? Bonfires? Yeah. Do you like it that the kids aren't in the house during the day anymore? Does that not? You're at work. Well, I'm the one who works from home. Anyway. Okay, bonfires. Anyway, we are going to honor the school days gone by making you laugh so hard you will need a shoulder to cry on. What's your favorite part of back to school season? Let us know in the chat. If you are just finding us for the first time, welcome. We love to interact with all of you. We like to call you our third wheels, and would love to have you join us along for the ride. We encourage you to chat with each other, have fun, enjoy the derby, enjoy each other, participate in our polls, answer questions. We love it when you all are as much a part of this game and community as we are. You can find us at Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and our website. And if you want to be an even bigger part of the Derby Date Night crew, we have a membership program. We'll be doing a member scroll at some point. I don't think we have time to do it right now, right, Sirius? So we'll be doing a member scroll. If you want to know who our members are, though, that are in the chat, you'll notice that they have a little wheel next to their name, which signifies that they are one of our third wheel members. And they actually donate some money towards us, which is really appreciated, because in order to keep Derby Date Night going, it's unfortunately not free for us to do this. So any dollars you can throw our way, we really, really appreciate, because we want to keep bringing you derby in and around the Midwest, and we want to be able to do that as best as we can. So we appreciate any donations you can ever throw our way, which you can also do through a super chat, which is done by hitting that little $sign down at the bottom, and we'll shout out the skater that you want to shout out if you want to send a super chat. Anyway, with that being said, we are getting going with this game. We are starting this game with a jammer of Itty Bitty for Philly and 50 Shades of Cray for Rock. Itty Bitty is going to be your lead jammer for Philly, but followed closely behind by 50 Shades of Cray. These two jammers are just, 50 Shades of Cray is going to push Itty Bitty. Little jammer on jammer action there. 50 Shades of Cray now in front of Itty Bitty with a smile on her face. Both jammers going into the pack at the same time, both currently scoring points. Itty Bitty to the outside of the pack, 50 Shades of Cray to the inside of the pack. 50 Shades of Cray trying to kind of sweep back and forth. Itty Bitty, love the name Itty Bitty. Just kind of trying to go straight up the pack. 50 Shades of Cray gets through for 4 points. Itty Bitty calls the jam and scores 3 points of their own, and that score is going to be 4 for Rock and 3 for Philly. So Rock takes the lead, even though Philly had lead jam on that one. All right, getting ready for Jam 2 of this game. We had such a fun first game. It was very defensively focused, so I'm curious to see if that will continue in this game, if it will also be as defensively focused. Jessica for Philly and Catastrophe for Rock are both on the line. And it is Jessica getting pulled all the way to the back of the pack, while Catastrophe is getting pushed to the inside and is going to be pulled all the way to the very, very back there by, who is 555? Cosmic Surge. The Philly pivot is headed to the box, and it does look like Jessica was able to find some space and get out. Catastrophe is headed to the penalty box. This is going to be a 2-minute jam, as Jessica was not lead jammer. So Catastrophe will wait in the box while Jessica and Philly have a power jam right now. So Philly going to be trying to take that lead back from Rock, since Rock had that first lead, but now Philly has an opportunity with a power jam. Jessica finding space at the end of the pack there and getting through for 4 points for Philly. Philly pivot back in the pack. Everybody is out there right now except for the Rock jammer, who has just been released from the box. So we have got all of the wheels out on the track that are supposed to be there, as Catastrophe is now trying to find space of their own. A little bit of tumble at the front on the inside line, but is able to get up and recover. But Catastrophe ends up with a track cut because she must have gone out. Someone must have had, what's the word? Priority? Position. Position on that. And so that is another track cut for Catastrophe, who will go to the penalty box again. We have 15 seconds left in this jam. Jessica getting pushed to the outside. Jessica trying to make that pack move as best as they can. Jessica cutting to the inside, but that jam comes to a close, as Jessica was able to grab 2 more points at the end of that jam, bringing the total to 13-4. Isabella's excited to see Cosmic, 555, rooting for Cosmic. Who all are you here to root for? Actually, let me do a poll real quick. Are you here to root for Philly or Rock? Let's see who people are here for. Who are you? Lead going to Philly and Ellie Tigre. Meanwhile, Catastrophe was in the box at the end of that jam, but was able to be released and has gotten through the pack. Ellie Tigre getting 4 points for Philly. I'm also adding one more poll option here, because those of you who are here for the first game know that Sirius and I got to enjoy some delicious fudge local here from Lexington, and it was the most amazing thing I've ever tried. So it was wonderful, and I'm rooting for fudge and both of these teams. Ellie Tigre is through again for another 4 points and approaching the pack, while Catastrophe tries to push that pack apart at the front and is able to do so and gets out for 4 points. Vanity was here for the first game. I know Vanity's rooting for fudge because she heard how good it is. Oh, look, we've got so many Philly people. I love to see it. My cousin lives in Philly, so that means I like Philly, just because my cousin lives there. I don't know. I also like Philly because I'm really a big fan of Jason Kelsey. That's really cute with the eyes. Although, who is that with their eyes? That's Death Stare. Their name is Death Stare with little cat eyes just staring at us. That's freaking hilarious. Oh, all right. We've got Itty Bitty on the line again, up against Hurricane, and Hurricane is blowing through the pack to become lead jammer for Rock. Itty Bitty, meanwhile, getting pulled to the back of the pack. Hurricane in the pack. Oh, beautiful juke, getting hit by Death Stare at the end there, but able to get through. Itty Bitty following behind. Hurricane has scored 4 points. Itty Bitty's chasing down Hurricane. She's a hurricane chaser? They're a hurricane chaser? Oh, Hurricane finding space on the outside, keeping Itty Bitty from, oh wait, Hurricane didn't call it. Itty Bitty is in the pack and finds, ooh, takes a hit to the outside, so they are going to be pulled to the back of the pack as Hurricane enters the pack again on a third scoring pass. Oh yeah, Vanity, a chilly feet. A chili feast steak? A Philly cheese. This is only the second game of the day and I can't talk. A Philly cheesesteak is a delicious thing. Now, those of you who are from Philly, do you all really like Philly cheesesteaks, or is it just like a tourist thing? All right, Hurricane coming through again. Trying to, well, they're not going to take the lead. If they get all 4 of these points, that'll bring them to within, oh, never mind. Itty Bitty got 4 points. They're up to 29. Itty Bitty's doing a great job of getting those points and keeping Hurricane from hitting too far into that lead. Hurricane does call the jam before Itty Bitty can score any more points. The damage was done, and Rock has come within 5 points of Philly, and we are about to enter Jam 4. Vanity brings up a good point. Vanity says she could live on cheesesteaks. If you could only have one food for the rest of your life, you say cheesesteaks? Really? I got to think about this one. You got the official review for all of us to think. Okay, so if you could only eat one food for the rest of your life, what food would it be? And, I mean, ooh, that's a hard one. Mine would be pizza. Yeah, mine. Now, do I get all kinds of pizza? Or I'm going to go with I get all kinds of pizza. But if you get cheesesteaks, you can put different toppings on your cheesesteaks, I suppose. Oh, Philly people have hot takes on what constitutes a cheesesteak. Okay, we've got lots of people. Nobody's voting for Pudge in my poll. I'm done. I quit. You guys just watch the Derby. Just put me on mute and let me just keep going. Hexecutioner jamming against Jessica. Philly blocker headed to the box. Hexecutioner trying. Ooh, Hexecutioner and Jessica both looking for the same space, but who is going to come out as lead? It's going to be, oh, I can't even tell who they're pointing at. Who are they pointing at? I think they're pointing at Hexecutioner, but Jessica is the one in front. And Hexecutioner is going to call it. No points are going to be scored in this jam. That was fun. And that is a 0-0 jam. All right, we have Ellie Tigre lining up for Philly and 50 Shades of Grey on the line for Rock. We've got a good crowd here. I mean, the crowd is just really nice, and oh, that's a really cool big sign. I don't think you can see it on the screen, but if at some point, Sirius, you can get that. Ooh, beautiful toe stops on the outside line by Ellie Tigre to get through as lead jammer for Philly. 50 Shades of Grey is in a tripod of Philly blockers, now a duo. One-on-one blocking being done by the pivot of Philly. Nice, beautiful work there by Susie Nugent, the pivot. 50 Shades of Grey. Oh no, Ellie Tigre is headed to the box. So this will be not only a 2-minute jam, but 50 Shades of Grey will now be with a power jam with Rock. Carl started watching Resident Alien, he wants us to know. Sirius said, oh, cool. And I said, I don't know if I've ever watched that. Oh, no, I told you guys about that show. The show on Netflix, Resident Alien? I think we talked about that during one of the streams, didn't we? 50 Shades of Grey is through for 4 points, now within 1 point of Ellie Tigre. However, I am fairly certain that Ellie had some points in the pocket when Ellie went to the box. Ellie is re-entering, realized that they were in front of Wicked Wench and ceded the position and then came back in. Ooh, beautiful spin at the back. 50 Shades of Grey getting through. And Roller Derby of Central Kentucky now has the lead. We're going to call that a lead change. Cha-ching. Monster says penalty box. I think the penalty box is now empty, but we were having a penalty box party for a while there, weren't we? All right, Ellie Tigre pulling that pack apart, does get through for those 4 points. That's the stinky part about going to the box when you've already gotten some points. When you come out of the box, you have to get through that pack all over again. And you're like, I already got these points, but now I have to get through it all over again. Ellie and 50 Shades both engaged in the pack right now. Ellie up on toe stops, sweeping to the inside, and that jam comes to an end. That smile on Cray's face was beautiful. Just like, you know what, that was hard, but we did it. And, Philly retook the lead for another lead change. Cha-ching! But we are only 1 point away from each other between Philly and Rock. This is getting intense, Carl. I love a close game. Big fan of close games. All right, Itty Bitty on the line again for Philly, and Catastrophe is jamming for Rock. And that pack's not moving. Just not moving. I love Itty Bitty as a jammer because Itty Bitty is so small, they are hard for me to find. Catastrophe is out and through. Itty Bitty is on that inside line, takes a hit to the inside by Avalanche, but also went to the penalty box. So this is going to be a power jam for Rock and Catastrophe. It was, ooh, what a good hit there by Death Stare, whose name I'm never going to forget because of those eyes on her butt. You know what? It's great when your name can go with your outfit. It's very nice for the announcers. Catastrophe gets through for 4 points while Itty Bitty waits in the penalty box. Vanity says the worst is getting frozen in the box after being gassed out. Oh, Vanity, yeah. When you're like, I'm so done, and then they're like, they call the jam, and you're like, wait, I have to jam again? Uh-oh. Catastrophe has scored 8 points. Itty Bitty is out of the box and has passed the star to the pivot, which is Death Stare. Death Stare is now the jammer for Philly, and Catastrophe calls the jam. And Rock has retaken the lead. Cha-ching! And we are at 45-37. We are almost halfway through the first half, and we will be opening our poll in the second half for Skater of the Game. We will be choosing one blocker and one jammer from each team to nominate as Skater of the Game, and then you all will vote, and then that person will win a Derby Date Night sticker that says Skater of the Game. It is a very elusive sticker that not very many people have. So definitely something that if you have somebody you want us to consider for Skater of the Game, let us know why you would want them to be considered. Hurricane jamming for Rock and Jessica for Philly. Hurricane is through as lead jammer. Jessica is, where is Jessica? Jessica is getting pulled to the back. Ooh, Hurricane is through again on the outside for 4 points. Jessica has passed the star to, I think, Speed Dial? Yes, Speed Dial is now the jammer for Philly, but is getting pulled all the way to the back of the pack. Hurricane up on those toe stops, managing to stay upright and get through for 4 more points, bringing Rock to 53. Speed Dial takes a Jessica. Oh, Jessica, I guess it wasn't a legal star pass. So Jessica took a hit to the inside and was able to see some space and jump through it to get through and chase down Hurricane, who is currently in the pack on a third scoring pass. I don't know if Hurricane sees Jessica coming. Hurricane is through and is not calling the jam. Jessica is also through and has scored 4 points. Nice juke around that last blocker to get through. Hurricane is able to take advantage of some offense and just get through on the outside practically untouched. Jessica tries to go in that same space, but takes a hit from Wicked Wench, who is going to pull Jessica all the way back. Hurricane continuing to run this jam. Somebody's getting a penalty at the end of this jam. I don't think it was a jammer, though. I think the jammers are both good. Hurricane with a thumbs up to the crowd, which, Sirius, can you, I don't know if you can get these signs. They're amazing. You can't? Oh, dang it. There's some signs next to us that we can't see, but that's okay. If I ever see them on the screen, I'll tell y'all. Extra has not gotten player of the game before. I love her defense, too. I also love the fact that Extra's name is just perfect for Extra. Today she was wearing a toucan onesie. Jessica and Cosmic Surge for Philly. Sunflower's rooting for Cat. Carl just has a trophy. Angela says Jessica. I know, Hurricane did really well on that jam. And here is Shrieking Violet for Rock with lead jam. Ellie Tigre has got one more blocker to get past and does so, but is about half a track behind. So Shrieking Violet will have an opportunity here to try and score some points as Tigre is trying to catch up and score points of their own. Tigre is through. I think Tigre got some points. Yep. Ooh, outscored Rock 4-3 on that one. Susie Nugent, Lee says. All the names you all are saying, I think I've said their names at least once, if not twice. I mean, this has been, everybody is doing, like, you know how sometimes with a team you can see a few people doing all of the work? This is not one of those games. Every single skater out there I see doing some amazing work. So this is really fun to watch. Hi Tiffy, welcome. We're glad to have you here. All right, Itty Bitty and 50 Shades of Cray. Cray is sweeping to the inside, trying to pull this tripod apart. Now sweeping to the outside, forcing a skater to bridge as Cray is pulling that pack apart. Meanwhile, Itty Bitty is stuck at the back. Bubbles trying to pull back Itty Bitty, and Bubbles manages to pull the track cut on Itty Bitty. So this will be a power jam for 50 Shades of Cray, who has now taken the lead jammer status and is coming up against 4 blockers as Wicked Wench busts apart that pack. Now 50 Shades of Cray has got 3 to get past, but does so and is through for 4 points for Rock. I haven't seen Cray in about a month and a half, and Cray has improved a lot. Like, this is, my jaw is open because Cray is doing a great job, and just in this short time since the last time we were here, I feel like Cray has really improved as a jammer and is just doing some good work out there. She's doing a Cray job. Serious, you can stick to doing the audio stuff. All right, Itty Bitty is out of the box and through the pack. That was an initial pass, so no points scored yet, but will be eligible to score, but Cray is not going to let her. Cray says no. What else is a good play on the 50 Shades of Cray? We'll have to think of some good puns for that one. Vanity says, nice work, Bubbles and Cray. All right, getting ready to start another jam as we go into 11.5 minutes left in this first half. This has been so fun. If you are going to be missing us here on Derby Date Night, we are going to be dark next weekend as Sirius is going to go do some freelancing, and then we will be doing a couple tournaments, so you'll have a chance to hear us for 2 weeks in September. Stay tuned to our Facebook page to find out more about those. Casey Me Rollin' jamming for Rock and Jessica for Philly. And look at that. Casey Me Rollin' is lead jammer as Jessica gets pushed to the inside and is trying to get around Jam Beasley, but Jam Beasley just pushes her out, says, it is not peanut butter jelly time. Are you singing peanut butter jelly time in your head now, serious? A grand slam? Oh, and a baseball bat. Yes. Speed Dial took a star pass. Casey Me Rollin' with a spin at the top. Speed Dial might have snagged a point or two there at the end. Ooh, I don't think so. Yes, 2. 2 for Philly, bringing them to 47, and Rock is at 80. Carla says, watching from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 50 Shades of Cray's family. Go Rock. Welcome, Carla. We're so glad that you are able to watch all the way from Pennsylvania. I know, Vanity. Every time I see KC Me Rollin', I have to sing it. KC Me Rollin'. They skatin'. That's what Vanity said. Trying to catch me rollin'. LET Gray and Hurricane. Ooh, Hurricane managing to stay in bounds and becomes lead jammer for Rock. LET Gray able to stay in bounds and get through as Hurricane comes into the pack and is through for 4 points, sees LET Gray coming and calls the jam before any points can be scored by Philly. Oh, is there a timeout happening, or is Joe just walking to the middle? I think Joe's just walking to the middle. I love it when coaches do that. They're like, I don't want to stop the game. I just want to say something real quick. Oh, and then Philly was like, you know what? We're going to stop the game. So Philly is going for a timeout. What? We never got rosters? Oh, yeah, that's right, because they counted down the clock on me. All right, here are your Philly players. Roro Beast, Molly Stryker, Jessica, Death Stare, Speed Dial, Sam Squatch, Itty Bitty, Trailblazer, Ellie Tigray, Scrapple Rowan, Calamity K, Thigh Jinx, Susie Nugent, Cosmic Surge, Nancy Shrew, and Stabigale. And on Rock, we have got Cupquake, TKO, KCB Rollin, Eva Lanch, Hits, Menace Rouge, Bubbles DeSmear, Jam Beasley, Wicked Wench, Extra, Mia Morales, Shrieking Violet, 50 Shades of Cray, Hexecutioner, Catastrophe, Sally Killington, and Hurricane. Did I do okay, Sirius? See, I managed to do that in one timeout. And we will do the officials in the next timeout. Hexecutioner on the line for Rock. And if I can't see who it is, it might be Itty Bitty for Philly. No, it's not Itty Bitty. It is Jessica. Jessica trying to stay in bounds, takes a hit to the outside by Hits. Ha. I think I did that in the last game too. Hits. Jessica is through and is your lead jammer for Philly. They're going to try to cut into this lead that Rock has established. Jessica taking a big hit from somebody on Rock who's headed to the penalty box. Or Philly is headed to the penalty box. And Rock headed to the penalty box. And Executioner sees a space on the inside, tries to take it, but then everybody tumbles and everybody gets a little bit tangled up there. Jessica manages to get out of the fray and come out with 4 points, but it is Hexecutioner who is chasing Jessica down. Hexecutioner has not scored points yet, but is gonna try to. Sweeping to the outside, gets pushed out right at the end there, so no points for Rock, and Philly was able to score 7, bringing them within 30 points. Did you have that on camera? I love it when skaters fall and then make it like a show. I fell, but it was beautiful. Ellie Tigray is up against 50 Shades of Cray. And Ellie Tigray with those tiptoes to get around Wicked Wench on the line is your lead jammer. 50 Shades of Cray able to also get out with a spin at the front and is about half a track behind. Ellie is through the pack, 4 points, hitting those hips. That's a clinic. That's how you do it in roller derby. Okay, I think we have more people from Philly watching now, so I still want to bring up the idea of some sort of a roller derby push-tush. Because it came from Philly, and it's where the football players all just like push the ball. And so I think that Philly should do something where they just push the jammer, and it's like a tush-push for derby. Yes, Monster, it's called Falling with Style. I love it when people are like, you know what, I fell, but I'm gonna make it beautiful. Catastrophe coming out with lead jammer very quickly there as Itty Bitty is juking through the pack, going from inside to outside, able to get through and will be able to chase Catastrophe down. Catastrophe has scored 4 points for Rock and is going to be deciding whether to keep going. Looks like Coach Joe is saying keep it going, so Itty Bitty is going to have an opportunity to score some points here for Philly as we have 6 minutes left in this first half. Catastrophe is through for 4, so is Itty Bitty. Catastrophe has done 2 laps, whereas Itty Bitty has only done 1, so Rock has outscored by 4 points right now. Catastrophe entering the pack. Itty Bitty hitting the pack as well. Catastrophe trying to pull apart a tripod. Itty Bitty trying to find space on the lines. Jam Beasley pulling Itty Bitty back while Catastrophe is able to get through for 4 more points. Itty Bitty trying to go to the outside now. Jam Beasley with the one-on-one blocking there on Itty Bitty as Catastrophe is pulling that pack apart at the front to get through for another 4 points. Bringing Rock to the century mark at 100 with 36 seconds left in this jam. Itty Bitty is in the back with Jam Beasley. Ooh, Itty getting around Jam to get through on the inside and grab 4 points at the very end. That is what I call never giving up. Itty Bitty was having a hard time. It was getting towards the end of the jam. They saw an opportunity to get around Jam Beasley, and they did, and they just dashed right up that inside line to grab those 4 points at the end of that jam. Kennedy says, shout out to Wicked Wench from Chemical Valley Roller Derby. Nice. When Carl was learning to roller skate, he taught people to strike a pose when they'd fall. That way it looked like a random dance move. That is what I learned when I was learning to skate as well, Carl. Frida Brallo, who helped teach me how to skate, taught me to go ta-da whenever I fell down. Ellie Tigre is your lead jammer for Philly Roller Derby. Hurricane jamming for Rock is these Philly tripods. My goodness, Ellie Tigre coming in had only 2 rock blockers to get past and was able to do so with ease, getting 4 points for Philly. Hurricane able to get out. Offense being done by Rock to try to open up some space, but it is Ellie Tigre who comes in and finds that space and gets through for 4 points. Hurricane getting pushed to the outside. We have less than 4 minutes left. Oh, we saw the sign for just a second. At halftime we can talk to the camera operator and we can get a look at the good sign. I want to know what it says. This is also the sign that says hurricane warning. I think we saw that one last time. Just don't do the Elvis Costello ankle rolls and pump it up. Ooh. Not with skates on. There are certain things that translate well between skates and no skates, and other things that don't. Ooh, Jessica, that was really pretty, like running toe stops, coming out with lead jammer for Philly. Shrieking Violet trying to get through this pack, trying to break apart these blockers. Sees some space on the inside. Nice awareness there by Speed Dial to go ahead of Shrieking Violet and try and swallow Violet back into the pack. Jessica is through for 4 points. Shrieking Violet is now out. Jessica is on a scoring pass right now, is through for 4 points, calls the jam. No points for Rock, bringing Philly to 82. Allison's rooting for Ellie. Kennedy's rooting for Wench. Get wenched. All right, 2.5 minutes left in this first half. Itty Bitty and 50 Shades of Cray. And kind of split into both sides here with these pack. 50 Shades trying to go straight up the middle and does so to get lead jammer. Fifty Shades coming around on a scoring pass. Meanwhile, huge hit from Wicked on Itty Bitty, but we are going to take I think, timeout because that was a pretty big ol' hit. So we are going to take a quick injury timeout, make sure Itty Bitty is okay, and we will be right back. And we are back. Thank you all for your patience. I know that was a little bit of a downtime there. So the skaters are doing a short warm-up as we go back into this game. We wish Itty Bitty the best, as we are so grateful to have our medics trackside for us. We always want to give them as much time as they need to assess skaters and make sure that they are okay. I agree with what you said here, Casey. Shout out to all the volunteers, especially the medical team right now. We appreciate all the volunteers that it takes to make Derby happen, and we really, really appreciate those medics. We do not let our skaters go out on the track without medics present and available. So thank you so much. Really appreciate all of you for your patience, and we will be getting back to the Derby as soon as we can after these skaters have had a few warm-up laps. I have been told that we might be going to a shorter halftime once we do go to halftime. So the halftime might be a very quick halftime. Oh, it is a sanctioned game, so we cannot change the halftime. I didn't know that. That's new information. I didn't know that when a game is sanctioned, you can't change the halftime at all. So that's interesting. But that makes sense. You can't give somebody a shorter halftime because you need that time to get ready for the second half. So it will be a regular 15-minute halftime then. The injured skater was assisted off, so we wish them the best. And sometimes just out of an extra abundance of caution, we also don't necessarily find out any information, which is fine by us. We don't need to have that information. But I appreciate all of the care that you all have for the skaters. It does feel like they're all our friend when we're out there, and we enjoy watching the game. But it's always hard to see somebody with an injury. So we are still in an official timeout. The warm-up has happened. I don't know if sometimes after an injury, I've noticed the refs will have a longer conversation. Not always, but sometimes an injury leads to an official review or a request for something to be looked at. So, but not always. And we will hopefully be getting back to the Derby very soon. So thank you for your patience as we wait to get back. We don't have any sponsors, but we did have some fudge earlier that I've been talking about all day. What did we say? How do you spell that fudge? Dallas, D-A-H-L-H-U-S, or Dollhouse? Dollhouse? Dalhouse fudge. It's amazing, and it's here in Lexington, and I told Sirius that next time we come, we're going to come early on Saturday so we can stop by this place to try some fudge. And they are donating lunches to school children as part of their sponsorship of this game tonight. So that's really great that the proceeds are going to be going to these kids' school lunches in Lexington, which is really great. Okay, Carl wants to know what a sanctioned game is. So that means that it affects our point standings. So in Derby, as you know, there are like in North America, there's the Northeast region. There's all different regions. Then there's other regions as well, and this counts for the points. I'm trying to explain what sanctioned games are, and I don't know the best way to explain sanctioning. Yeah, for ranking, but like ranking in the WIFTA ranking system. If it's not sanctioned, it doesn't count. Every other game we do, it's the same rules, but they just don't file the paperwork to be counted in the rankings. All right, what are you coming over here to tell me? Oh, that's right. Is there anyone in the crowd that could be a medic? Sirius just hit me. He's like, what are you talking about? Okay, so they've lost one of their medics who's helping with the skater who had to leave. So we can't actually do Derby without two medics. So we're waiting on another medic. So there is another medic? We don't know. Got it. Okay. This isn't like an airplane where you go, is there a doctor in the house? The head medic. Got it. They're trying to make that very fast. So we will be on a little bit of a break here. Thank you all for your patience. We could be talking for a while. Is there anybody can I interview you, Sirius? What would you? He said no. You're not going to let me interview you while we wait for us. As we've talked about before, safety is super important during Derby, and so we will be waiting for a little bit while we wait for another medic. Well, yes, we do need to decide who we're voting on. Okay, so I've already decided who we would like to nominate for our jammers from both teams. I'm struggling with blockers. So from this game, which blockers have you seen do some really great things? Because I am having a hard time figuring out which blockers, because there have been so many good things by so many different blockers during this game, and I'm not sure who we want to nominate for Skater of the Game from the blockers. So if you have any thoughts, let us know. Brianne, what is your Derby team? You have your second sanctioned game on September 20th. Where is your game, and should people come watch it? That's awesome. Sanctioned games are just a little bit more, the rules are a little bit stricter in terms of like things like this. We can't just decide to keep going with somebody who's like, oh yeah, I can be we can't do the is a doctor in the house type of things, because we have to make sure we're doing everything 100% by the book when things are sanctioned, so that's really important as well. All right, I hear Wicked Wench, Cosmic Surge, Scrapple Roan. Ooh, those are all good people. They've all done some great things. It's been a good game, yeah, and they can't just skip to halftime either because it's sanctioned. So they're going to have to do this 1 minute and 44 seconds once we get that second medic. So, oh, I also haven't told you who the skating officials and non-skating officials are, so I could do that as well. Our skating officials today are Karak, our master of the rollerblades, Ketterman, Darcy, John, who is here from Philly, Tough Tone, Quinn, and Invader Jim. On the NSO side, we have Busty, Tommy, Wonder, Rory, Scary, Rebel, Bree, Justin, Mayhem, Pixie, Moose, and Multi. Thank you all That is more, I think that is more people than is on the bench, because there's 15 people on the bench. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That is 20 non-skating and skating officials. So more of them than there are skaters, which is always baffling to me. Brianne, okay, it's Row City Rollers in Monroe, Louisiana at the Monroe Civic Center on Saturday, September 20th. So those of you in Louisiana, you should go check out the Row City Rollers in Monroe on the 20th of September. So I know we haven't announced it on our Facebook yet, but in 2 weeks from today is Skate Wars, which I was at last year as an announcer. I will be there again as an announcer, and Sirius will be there as a videographer, so he will be taking some video clips of skaters. Our home team, Team Indiana, will be there, and we've got lots of Indiana skaters also skating for other teams as well, like I know Trans Rollers United. I don't know if Black Diaspora is going to have any Indiana skaters. Team Philippines will be there. There's a whole bunch of borderless teams that are going to be there. I know there's a few teams that weren't there last year that will be at Skate Wars, and of course, lots of state teams. We always have lots of teams from all sorts of different states. So we will be going for 3 days on 3 different tracks. They will have announcers for all 3 tracks on the stream. So you should definitely tune in. It's going to be on Lansing's YouTube page, Lansing Roller Derby, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, September 5th, 6th, and 7th for Skate Wars 2. So it'll be a lot of really good derby with derby players from all over the country, and just a really fun time. I really enjoyed my time there last year. How many of you, are any of you planning on being at Skate Wars? Am I going to see any of you at Skate Wars? Oh, Kennedy is saying, check out Skate Giving Scrimmage. Ooh, I like that one. Hosted by Chemical Valley Roller Derby in Huntington, West Virginia, November 15th. I wonder how far West Virginia is, because we don't have any. Are we doing anything November 15th, serious? Ooh, that sounds like fun. I like that it's Skates Giving. What else do you have to promote that I can talk about? Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to. Okay, we are actually sponsoring a tournament next weekend, even though we're not going to be live next weekend. We are sponsoring Monsoon Madness, which is going to be on YouTube on the Arizona. It's on Twitch? Okay, the Arizona Roller Derby Twitch channel, we think. And so we're sponsoring that because our former teammate and nanny, Frida Brallo, is a skater now for Arizona Roller Derby, and we adore her, and so we wanted to support her and her team. So Derby Date Night will be sponsoring Monsoon Madness, so you all should check that out next weekend since we won't be live. So, yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm reading things. This is a lot of talking you're asking me to do without pausing, Sirius. He's giving me that motion of keep going, keep going. I should just go grab one of he said it's what you're good at. I should just go grab one of these skaters and be like, interview right now. Except for you don't have a second mic. He's looking behind him to see if he can find. Is Skate Wars open to the public? Yes. Yes, it is. You can either buy a 3-day ticket for Skate Wars, or you can buy a 1-day ticket. So it starts on Friday at like 8:30 in the morning. I think the Team Indiana game is at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. Lansing's in Eastern, right? So yeah, if you want to see Team Indiana, and their first game is against Team Divergence, and one of our other former corn-fed skaters is on Team Divergence, Lieutenant Jan. And so we'll be getting to see all of our Team Indiana friends play, and one of our former teammates also play from Divergence. And I might be announcing that game, so you all should wake up on Friday morning. Jenny says Rock versus Cincy, yes, is coming up September 13th. Same place, same time. Yes, be here to watch Rock versus Cincy. We will be doing a tournament during that weekend, so we will be close. How far away is Vet City from here? How far away is Lexington from Owensboro, Kentucky? You don't know? We're not from Kentucky. They're both 3.5 hours south from us, but we don't know how far they are apart from each other. All right, it looks like we're cheering for a medic. We have a medic. Or we're not. No, medics don't publicly announce themselves, but we're going to finish this minute and 44 seconds. Thank you. You know, the people stayed. They want to watch the Derby. They stayed, and we're going to get started again, and I'm so glad you guys all stayed while I just blabbed on, and thank you for those of you who helped to give me information to share with all of you, so you gave me things to talk about. I was about to start just asking them for topics.
All right, friends, that roll whistle means we
That means we are going into what might be the last jam of the first half. Do we know the sub for Itty Bitty? I am not sure. I can try and find out at halftime, Casey. All right, Ellie Tigre coming out with lead jammer for Philly. We've got Catastrophe pushing through, but it is Ellie Tigre coming in on a scoring pass almost untouched and grabs those 4 points and calls the jam. We are going to have time for at least one more jam. That's what we always call a clinic. Hit it and quit it. Get through, score your points before the other team can score any. All right, we got Speed Dial on the line for Philly and Hurricane for Rock. Less than a minute left in the period as Speed Dial getting a lead jam status for Philly. Hurricane has got to get past one more blocker and does so, is about half a track behind Speed Dial, who comes into the pack, jukes to the outside, and is through for 4 points and calls that jam. After scoring 4 more points, bringing Philly within 15 points of Rock as we are coming close to the end of this first half with 16 seconds left. I think a timeout would need to be called to get one more jam. I do not know if Philly or Rock is planning on using a timeout as we come down to the end of this first half. And it is not going to be used, so we are going to go to halftime. We will be back in 15 minutes. This game has all of a sudden become quite close. Only 15 minutes between these two, 15 points between these two teams. All right, we will be back in just a little bit for the last half of this last game of the day here on Derby Date Night. welcome back to Derby Date Night, where the longer we go, the more I switch my words with words that don't make sense. Probably why most of you are here. Aside from for the Derby, which is always a great reason to be here. During that intermission, I was talking with Bourbon from Philly Roller Derby, who is the creator of WatchDerby.com. It is a website that you can go to if you want to know what games are happening. So I know there's some games happening tonight after we are off the air, and if you want to know what those games are, and if you're bored and you're just like, hey, I want to watch more Derby, you should go to WatchDerby.com, and you can find out what Derby is around that you can stream somewhere, whether it's Twitch or YouTube or whatever. You also could submit a game if your team is going to be on, let's say, Derby Date Night or another streaming service, or your team is going to be streaming something. You can submit your event on WatchDerby.com to be able to have that be potentially watched by lots of other people. So thanks to Bourbon and Philly Roller Derby, and we are super excited that something like that exists in the Derby world, because I know I'm always looking for more Derby to watch. Don't know about you, but I'm always on the weekends like, wait, live roller derby. Where is more Derby? I want to watch more Derby. So something that's really cool, definitely something to bookmark. WatchDerby.com, something that you will want to go to and be there. But if Derby Date Night is on, you're going to watch that one first. Then you can watch the other ones. I mean, this is our channel, so we can kind of say that, right? Serious. All right, with that being said, we have chosen our nominees for Skater of the Game, and we are going to be putting them up now. Don't forget, you have until 5 minutes left in the game to choose your Skater of the Game, but you only get to vote once, so we are putting those skaters up now. Congratulations to Jessica, Susie Nugent, Wicked Wench, and 50 Shades of Cray, who are our choices for Skater of the Game, but now you get to choose the final Skater of the Game to receive the coveted Derby Date Night Skater of the Game sticker. As we start second half with only a 15-point gap between these two teams, Ellie Tigray is your lead jammer for Philly Roller Derby. Ellie is coming around and is on a scoring pass now as Hurricane continues to be stuck in the pack. Ellie finds a space on the outside with a spin, trying to get around Mia Morales, and is able to do so, but Hurricane takes the same line, and both of these jammers are through Ellie with 4 points. Hurricane hoping to score some as both of these jammers approach the pack. Hurricane has now passed Ellie Tigray, and Ellie does decide to call the jam before Hurricane can score any points. No points scored in that jam for either team. Simon is here. Simon came during the halftime. Nice to see you, Simon. All right. Philly up to 94. They are now within 11 points with 28 minutes to go in this game. Uh-oh. Who's calling a timeout? Is it an official timeout? It's an official timeout. I wonder why. Carl usually tells us in the chat what he thinks people are talking about. Do you think it's still the second season of Wednesday? That's what was earlier. Just a quick one. Usually that's like scoreboard or something funky. All right, here we go. I see 50 Shades of Grey on the line for Rock. And Speed Dial is going to be jamming and takes a big ol' hit from Wicked Wench. Speed Dial recovering. 50 Shades of Grey dealing with a tripod at the front of the pack. Up on those toe stops and gets lead jammer. Speed Dial is out as well, but about a half a track behind 50 Shades of Grey. 50 Shades, ooh, a beautiful spin move to get around Death Stare and grab 4 more points for Rock. Hi, Nano. Nice to see you. I'm so glad that you're able to review the gameplay when we're there and that you learned some things. It was really fun seeing you last weekend. I know, Casey. Philly is looking at that gap, and they are like, okay, come on, we're so close. We have seen teams come from way less than that, way bigger of a gap than this to win a game. So you never know how things are going to go. And that is Jessica, one of our nominees for Skater of the Game, who is through as lead jammer, while Catastrophe tries to get past the pivot, another nominee for Skater of the Game, Susie Nugent, and is able to get through while Jessica is in the pack on a scoring pass. Coming up against Mia Morales and Menace Rouge. And 2 more points for Philly. Woo, woo.
Still a very close game. Anything can happen here, friends.
It is still a very close game with Eli Tigre on the line for Philly up against Hexecutioner. Nobody in the box. We got 4 blockers out from each team. Ellie kind of bopping up and down, trying to make some space on the outside, and jukes to the inside to grab lead jammer as Hexecutioner is got 1 more Calamity Cat to get by. But then, ooh, nice reforming to the front being done there by Susie Nugent to continue to hold Hexecutioner as long as they can. But Hex is able to get out as Ellie is in the pack on the outside line, grabbing 4 points for Philly and calling that jam before Hex can score any points. Woo, woo, we are within 9 points now between Rock and Philly. Philly continuing to cut into that lead, even though they did end up losing a jammer, and Speed Dial has come into that jammer rotation to replace Itty Bitty, who went out on injury in the first half, and Philly is continuing to cut into this lead that Rock has established. We do have 1 skater in the penalty box for Philly, as Hurricane is jamming for Philly on the outside line, up on those toe stops, takes a big hit there from Molly Stryker, but is able to avoid being pushed out of bounds. Meanwhile, oh, nice job by Evalanche to try and hold Speed Dial, but Speed Dial is able to manage to get through as Hurricane is in the pack on a scoring pass. The whistles are blowing. Everybody is going to the penalty box right now. Hurricane notices the Speed Dial is coming up and calls that jam after scoring 4 points for Rock. These jams are going so fast, serious. When my mouth goes this fast, I know that I'm like, or maybe it was the sugar from the fudge. What are you laughing at? Oh, my sound effects. I just make up my own sound effects. Jessica on the line for Philly up against 50 Shades of Cray. Oh, pretty toe stops on that inside line from Jessica. 50 Shades is out as well and chasing Jessica down. These 2 jammers are going to race to the pack. Jessica is speed. Oh, look at that. Busting straight through past TKO to grab 4 points and call it. That energy that just came out of Jessica was beautiful. Jessica was like, I am going to get these points, whether you all want me to or not, and just busted through that pack, and legally too. That's the important thing, is you can't just run into a pack just complete. Like, Jessica was very controlled and was definitely watching where she was going and did a great job there to grab those 4 points. All right, Ellie Tigre trying to keep the comeback going for Philly Roller Derby is up against Hurricane, who has been one of the bigger scorers for Rock. Both of these jammers really wanting this lead jammer status. Ellie gets pushed to the outside and is getting a penalty. So Hurricane is your lead jammer and will now have 30 seconds out on the track as the only jammer out on the track. Hurricane trying to, oh, everybody kind of falling at the front, and Hurricane is getting a penalty, so this will be a shenana jam as these 2 jammers switch spots. Hurricane will sit, Ellie Tigre will stand. Hurricane will only sit for that penalty for as long as Ellie Tigre sat, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Ellie is still on that first pass, and so has to get through all 4 of those blockers before becoming scoring eligible. Ellie, who is coming around, will now be able to score. Hurricane was already on a scoring pass, so should be able to score immediately as Hurricane does come out of the box. Both jammers now out on the track. Whistles, 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 and Ellie is headed to the box again. So this will be another power jam for Hurricane, who just grabbed 4 points. I do believe Ellie had some points in the pocket as Ellie was headed to the box, but I think Ellie had gotten some points. So, oh, that hit from Death Stare to slow Hurricane down, push Hurricane out of bounds to the inside, which, you know, what is it called when you slow a Hurricane down? Rain? She rained on Hurricane's parade. I know, Casey. Everybody is like really just having fun in the box right now. Ooh, Hurricane on the outside. Oh, and gets slowed down again. Death Stare is just like boom, boom. Sirius is making like death. He's pointing with his eyes, like laser eyes. I'm gonna stare you down and push you out of bounds. Okay, that was a crazy jam. Those refs got busy. Like there was a point I think where I saw 3 different refs calling penalties all at the same time. Are you zooming in on Death Stare? Oh yeah, you're not the cameraman. Serious, like I didn't do that. Serious. Speed Dial is through as your lead jammer. There's got to be some good puns in there with Speed Dial. Catastrophe is out about a quarter track behind. Speed Dial hitting the pack first on the inside. Oh, was that it was a track cut. Speed Dial's headed to the box. This is not what Philly wants right now. They were within like 9 points, and Rock is continuing to extend this lead as Philly has spent a lot of time in the box the past 2 jams. Catastrophe is coming in to a little bit of a tangle up there. As Catastrophe is, oh, that looked like it hurt. Finding a tripod of blockers at the back. Everybody takes a little bit of a tumble down here. Death Stare is just focused in on Catastrophe. Speed dialed in on this jam. Yes, Casey, that's what I wanted to say. I knew there were some puns for Speed Dial. Woo! Speed Dial is through for 4 points for Philly. Catastrophe has scored 8, just scored another 4, bringing that total to 12 with 39 seconds left in this jam. Speed Dial in the pack on another scoring pass. Tara, this has been a great game. For a minute, Philly was within 9 points of Rock. I heard you guys had an overtime jam today, Tara. Speed Dial is through for another 4 points. Catastrophe taking a hit out by Death Stare. Gets, I think, a track cut because Death Stare was pulling Catastrophe back and Catastrophe didn't notice and re-entered. So Catastrophe is now headed to the penalty box, and now Speed Dial gets to try and score some more points. There's a lot of, like, I feel like everybody's getting a little tired out there. Are you feeling it too? You wish you had EPLT? Well, remember, if you get 6 penalties, they are free. But if you get 7, you're done. So let's just say that everybody has 6, because that'll make this more exciting. With 18 minutes left, everybody who goes, ooh, that would be a fun, like, silly jam. If you get a penalty, you're done. Wouldn't that be a cool, like, scrimmage scenario? It would be a short day. But that way the people who play a clean game get to stay and get to play. Or maybe if you get a penalty, you have to sit for 5 minutes or be subbed in or something. Jessica is through as your lead jammer, which is what Philly wants right now, being 20 behind. And Jessica is through for 4 points. Catastrophe has been released from the penalty box, is still on her initial pass. So Catastrophe will not score any points until she's gone through the pack once. So Catastrophe has to pass all of these skaters, get through and around the track. Jessica out, having scored 4 more, brings that total to 8. Catastrophe, it's just boom, everybody falling down, and Catastrophe comes out of the mess and will be out, now eligible to score points. Jessica currently on that 3rd scoring pass, has scored a couple more points there, 3 more points, bringing them within, oh, look at that, 9 points. Again, Philly keeps coming within 9 points. We'll see if they can do it again. People rooting for all the good derby happening out there. Wicked doing some good stuff. Jinx doing some good stuff. Carl, you are correct. Philly can still turn this around. Tara, I hope you had a wonderful game today and that you really enjoyed being in such a close game with Windy City. Ellie T. Gray up against Hurricane. Ellie, huge hit out from Wicked Wench. Whew, these skaters are killing it tonight. They're all doing such a great job. Up on those toe stops is Hurricane, who is through as lead jammer for Rock. Ellie T. Gray is bouncing back and forth, has just got to get past the pivot for Rock, and does so to chase down Hurricane, who is currently in the pack, trying to push those blockers forward, trying to find any space. Nice reforming being done by the Philly blockers. And that jam is called off. A couple points scored there by Rock to bring them to 140. Tara, those are the best kind of games where it's just like this game right now that we're watching, when it's close the entire game. I'm glad that you say that as a player. Some players don't like it when it's that close, but I always loved it. I always think it's just more fun when there's a lot more on the line, when you keep going back and forth. Speed dial for Philly and Shrieking Violet, who hasn't jammed for a while for Rock. So a little bit of a change up here for Rock in terms of what they're strategizing. Let's see how that goes for them. Shrieking Violet has got a tripod at the front and is trying to figure out how to pull this tripod apart. Meanwhile, Speed Dial is the pack from Rock has pulled to the front, and Speed Dial is trying to find space. Has got to get past Jam Beasley as the Rock blockers are reforming around Jam. And Speed Dial has got one blocker to get past and does so to become lead for Philly. Shrieking Violet continuing to push, is still fighting at the back as Speed Dial comes in on a scoring pass. Speed Dial has got to get past Eva Lanch and Jam Beasley. Trying to go to the outside. There's some offense coming in to help Speed Dial. Speed Dial takes a tumble on the outside line. Shrieking Violet has that star off, hands it to Eva Lanch, who takes that star and just runs. So Rock is now out of the pack. Speed Dial has scored 4 points. Eva is about to score, but is not going to be able to, as that jam is going to be called. Oh, we've got the Chemical Valley team watching your captain kill it. I love that. Hi, Chemical Valley. Big shout out to your team. Did you already tell us where you're playing next? I think maybe. But if you want to tell me again, I'll announce it again. So we can all go watch Chemical Valley play their next game. Why is Chemical Valley called Chemical Valley? I bet it's what the town is. The town is, I hope the town's not full of chemicals. That's not good. And lead going to 50 Shades of Cray, who is currently winning the vote for Skater of the Game. Whoever wins this, and it is close right now between these skaters, whoever wins Skater of the Game is going to receive the coveted Skater of the Game sticker that is not owned by very many people. 50 Shades is through, but Jessica was out and chasing 50 down. I don't think Jessica was able to grab any points there, so 4 more points for Rock. Ooh, it's not a palindrome, Sirius, but it's pretty. 144133. What? The only way to get the sticker is by, not only do you have to be one of the 4 nominees from us, but then you have to win the vote from the chat. It's very difficult to get. Oh, here's more information about, Tara says, hi, Sirius. He says, hi. Chemical Valley plays Morgantown Roller Derby on October 11th in Morgantown. I think that's West Virginia, right? So everybody, we're taking a road trip to West Virginia to watch Chemical Valley on October 11th. Yeah, sure, why not? West Virginia's not far from Indiana, right? Ellie Tigre is lead. Hits is able to get out of the pack. Ellie is through for 4 points. What? They already scored. Oh, I was busy talking about Chemical Valley. Hits. Oh, beautiful. Mia Morales was like, woo, here's a whip for you, Hits. Both skaters in the pack. Oh no! Hits is going to the penalty box, and this is going to be a power jam for Ellie Tigre and Philly. I don't think they're calling it because the coaches for Philly are dancing on the sidelines. They were dancing while like holding their hands up in the air, which I don't think means call it. What? Yeah, it's within 7 points. I know. I'm aware. This is a close game. Eva Lanch doing great one-on-one blocking, beautiful one-on-one blocking. 4 more points for Philly. We have got us a 4-point game as Hits watches, unable to do anything from the penalty box. Hits is now out and ready to try and cut into this as Ellie scores another 4 points. Eva comes out of nowhere, pushes Ellie out, and Ellie's like, you know what, I'm just going to call this. And do we have a lead change? Do we have a lead change? Cha-ching. Nope, no cha-ching. No cha-ching. Oh, it was so close. It was so close. 3 points. Rock at 152. Philly at 149. Power jams are the best feeling, Vanity, when you are not in the box. Chemical Valley is called Chemical Valley because of the amount of factories located in the area. Thank you, Kennedy. Whew. All right, here we go. Jessica and Hurricane. Lead going to Jessica. But Hurricane is there. Extra held Jessica as long as she could there, but Jessica was able to get out. Hurricane is so fast. These two jammers are hitting. Oh, Extra. That was a big hit. Did you see that? Serious? Whew. No points scored by anybody. I know, Stephanie. I'm on the edge of my seat, too. I might just stand up. Whew. 3 points still. 10 minutes left. You know, we've got a lot of derby to play in 10 minutes. Oh, the crowd is, oh, it's Philly. Philly is, they're saying quick, quick feet, quick, quick feet, quick, quick feet, and they're doing the stomp, stomp, clap, stomp, stomp, clap. Oh, that's so, I always love it when the team that just played, like, really sticks around and really cheers for the next team. It's always fun to see. It's good team bonding. I wonder what other chants they'll come up with. They're having, you can tell they're having fun over there. Yeah, that was a little bit of playing chicken with that jam, Vanity, was they both came up and, oh, it's a timeout. And since you are all here to watch this amazing, close game, I'm going to continue to entertain you with jokes, which is just as exciting as a very close derby game. So remember, it's back to school edition. You know, Dad, if Dad say, may I see your report card? The kid says, I don't have it. Dad says, why not? Kid says, I gave it to my friend. He wanted to scare his parents. Ooh. Did you hear about the teacher who is also a Texas Ranger? Chuck Norris. I don't know. What time does Godzilla come to class? Whenever he wants. Because he's Godzilla. These are so stupid. Where do they keep the books in a farm's library? In the haystacks. What? Oh, that got a big eye roll from Sirius. All right, let's find out what that was about.
So Philly challenged, they wanted to add points to their jam. They thought the jammer passed prior to the call-off, but multiple officials saw that they went out of bounds prior to making any passes. So call stands, no official review.
Got it. All right, that was Philly doing an official review, asking for points. They believed that their jammer did pass a blocker, but the multiple refs saw the Philly skater go out of bounds before the call, so Philly will lose their official review and the call stands. There will be no additional points awarded, and we will start this next jam with Jessica and 50 Shades of Grey, and it is 50 Shades who comes out with lead jammer. Jessica, juking around a rock blocker, is through and is running to catch up with 50 Shades, who is currently on a scoring pass, gets tangled up with a blocker. There was some sort of penalty that happened there, but it wasn't on 50, it was on Philly. Jessica is through for 4 points. 50 Shades is getting some offensive help and is also through for 4 points. Jessica back in for another 4 points. Jessica has outscored 50 Shades of Grey here. Philly has taken the lead with 157. But 50 Shades still runs this jam. 50 Shades is in the pack, takes a giant hit, gets stuck in the pack. Jessica's through for another 4 points. Cha-ching! This is definitely a lead change here. Even though Rock has the lead, Jessica in the pack again. That was so, everybody just falling down. Woo! What is the logo for Rock? Is it a saw blade? I don't know. Is anybody in there know what the logo around the word rock? Is it a saw blade? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think it's just an outline that looks like a blade with the state of Kentucky on the inside. Caitlin says, go Wicked. This is a very exciting game. We still have only a 3-point game, but we have had a lead change, and Philly is now in the lead. Trees. Okay, thank you, Jenny. So it is a saw blade because they cut down trees in Kentucky? Oh, the more you know, Rainbow. The more you know. All right. We still have 8.5 minutes, people. Anybody, and this is anybody's game. I love a close game. Ellie Tigray and Hurricane on the line for their respective teams. Hurricane out in front is your lead jammer for Rock. Ellie up on those toe stops again, is through about half a track behind Hurricane. Hurricane is approaching the pack, trying to score some points before Ellie gets in. Ooh, a zig and a zag from Hurricane and calling it before Ellie can, and there is your clinic. Cha-cha-ching. Wait, is that another lead change? If you would give me a sound effect of a lead change series, I wouldn't have to go cha-ching. I do not do such a good job. It's supposed to sound like loose change, not a cash register. Oh, you want me to just bring some? Wait, do I have any loose change? Watch the game? Fine. You're no fun. Oh, if I had some change, that would be fun. Speed dial and hits up against each other. These two have not been Speed Dial has been in the main jammer rotation for the second half, but for the most part, these are not main rotation jammers. And there is Hits coming out with lead, but Speed Dial is also going to get out. Ooh, nice try there by Jam Beasley to slow down Speed Dial, but Speed Dial is speedy. Hits is just smiling at the rest of the team as Hits goes around to try and score some more points. Both jammers in the pack. Hits is through for 4. Speed Dial is still in the pack on a scoring pass. Hits is definitely watching what's happening as Speed Dial is trying to make their way through the pack. Rock doing a great job holding Speed Dial there. Pushing, it took 3 blockers there to push Speed Dial in. Hits coming through, grabbing 3 more points. There was a no pass, no penalty there as Hits and another player were out of bounds at the same time. Hits coming in on another scoring pass. Blockers from Rock doing a great job holding Speed Dial. Hits finding space on the outside to get through. Philly coming in to provide some offense on the outside line. Speed Dial doing a great job just hanging with it. Hands that star to not the pivot. Ooh, that's a hard one. Death Stare is usually the pivot. I think Death Stare thought she was the pivot and ended up going to the box. The actual pivot is, I think, it is Susie Nugent, but then a penalty on the Philly jammer. And Hits continues to go through. Hits has scored 19 points, largest jam of the day so far. They are now 20 points in front of Philly, who just held the lead 2 jams ago. Hits is now up to 23. Sirius is yelling, which doesn't usually happen. Whoo! Hits with a bow. That was, I can't add Hits to the poll, or I would. Hits. Wow! Remember how I was saying both of these jammers not normally in the main jammer rotation? Hits was like, shut up, Aria, watch this. Look who's a jammer now. Oh. One of the coaches from Rock came running out with a pivot, and then they had the pivot cover in their hand, and then I think they saw that TKO does have a pivot on, and then they just ran in a circle and ran back to the bench. It was great. Nice job, Hits. I will definitely let Hits know all the nice things you said about Hits after the game. Or Hits will watch this later and see what all the nice things we said. All right. We have got a Philly. I need a break. I need a breath. What? They're taking a breath. Look at that. Very serious chat. Oh, it's time to go. Team timeout. They've got a plan here. They do not have a jammer right now. Philly's jammer is in the box. We have 2 rock. Do we have 2 rock blockers in the box? No, 1 rock blocker in the box. So 3 blockers for Rock, 4 blockers for Philly, and they have some sort of a plan that they were talking to their coach about, as 50 Shades of Cray is going to be starting this next jam with a power jam for Rock. Rock currently is standing. They have got 2 blockers on the outsides, so they look like they might try to squeeze Philly as this jam starts. Ooh, so much strategy. And they try to sweep open that inside line. Philly is able to recover and get that tripod formed in the front. Cray is trying to go straight through the tripod. Nice rotation of the tripod there from front to back. Death Stare doing some one-on-one blocking as Cray is able to push through and become lead jammer. Speed Dial is out of the pack and hands the star to Death Stare, who is the pivot this time. Death Stare goes out of bounds, but unfortunately does not realize that Death Stare went out of bounds and played a little bit. And when you play a little bit after going out of bounds, that is still a penalty. So Death Stare will go to the penalty box while 50 Shades of Cray has scored 4 points, comes into the pack to try and score more, takes a hit to the outside from Molly Stryker, is able to recover. We only have 4 minutes left. Oh, I'm supposed to close the poll. Speaking of, as we watch her go around having scored 8 points, say congratulations to your skater of the game, 50 Shades of Cray. Oh, she's going to be so excited to get that sticker. Good job. And another 4 points for Rock coming to you courtesy of 50 Shades of Cray. Death Stare is now back out on the track, working so hard to try and get through. 3.5 minutes left. Death Stare is through. That was an initial pass, so now we'll be eligible to score points. Rock has reached 200 points. We haven't seen a 200-point game in a long time, Sirius. It's so interesting how these 2 teams are from the same league, right? But the first game was so defensive. Everyone had a hard time scoring points from both teams. It was just every single point was absolutely hard fought. This game has been much more offensive. There's been so much offense done to help jammers get through. We haven't had to wait for a long time. This game has really been marked by power jams, because that's when those big swings are happening. Ellie Tigre says, this is not over yet. I would like to just get lead jammer in less than 5 seconds and try and get around here. But Hurricane is not going to make it easy, because Hurricane gets out as well and starts racing down the track as Ellie Tigre gets 4 points for Philly. Looks at the bench. Hurricane is coming, but no points for Hurricane as Ellie calls it with 2.5 minutes left in this game. This has been such a fun game. Wow. As a reminder, we will not be live next weekend. We encourage you to watch Monsoon Madness in Arizona, which we are sponsoring. And we also encourage you to, in 2 weeks, watch Skate Wars. We will have a billion games over 3 days, and I'll be announcing some of them. So definitely tune in for Skate Wars. And then keep an eye out on our Facebook page, Derby Date Night, to see where we have one other thing happening in September that we would love to announce on our Facebook. Hits is through, our honorary other skater of the game, as lead jammer for Rock with 1.5 minutes left in this game. Jessica continuing to fight it out, runs into an extra strong wall. Hits coming in on a scoring pass. Ah, love those toe stops from Hits, beautiful. 4 more points as Extra is making it super hard, extra hard on Jessica. That was right there. Jessica is through. Will be eligible to score points. Hits currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Up against a tripod. Jessica getting sandwiched between Bubbles and Extra. And pushed to the outside. 1 minute left in this game. Yes, Tara, you are going to be at Skate Wars. Hits is through for another 4 and says, I want to keep going. Let me keep going. So I think this is going to be the last jam of the game, potentially. Penalty getting called on Jessica, and this is a power jam for Rock. Oh, ouch. Oh, Philly was so, Philly even took the lead a few jams ago. I think if these, and Hits does decide to call it, so we are going to have one more jam. I love that Hits does a bow at the end. And thank you very much. Tara, I cannot wait to see you in 2 weeks at Skate Wars. Oh, I didn't know you were skating for Skatanic Temple. Okay, I'm gonna try and get on one of those games so I can announce it, Tara. See if I can sweet talk my way onto one of your games. I gotta announce for all my peoples. Anybody who's a Derby Date Night third wheel, I gotta announce for them. Eventually, I'm hoping that means I have to announce for all the games at Skate Wars. I wonder how many of the teams will have Derby Date Night members on them. That would be really cool. We could do a chart. Serious, let's make a chart. Okay, let's go back to the game. Hurricane is trying to get lead jammer. Are you pointing at the game? Oh, the period clock has run out. We are in jam time only. Hurricane is your lead jammer. Jessica coming out of the box. This game is, Hurricane is headed to the box, so for this last jam, we get a 2-minute jam. Hurricane is going to the box. Jessica still on that initial pass. Oh, a big hit on Jessica, pushing her to the inside. Jessica coming around to the back of the pack as Hurricane waits in the penalty box. Jessica trying to find space here. Juking to the inside. Oh, wonderful reforming being done by everybody. Oh, Calamity pushing that inside line open, but Jessica getting pushed to the inside after taking that line has to come all the way to the back. Oh, that is so tough. And Hurricane has been released from the box with 36 seconds left in this game. Vanity, you are right. I'm going to need a lot of fudge to make it through all the games at Skate Wars. Hurricane is through. Jessica is finding Casey Me rolling at the back. Hurricane through for 4 points, and that is the end of the game. With 2 games tonight for Philly and Rock. Philly comes out with the win in game 1. Rock comes out with the win in game 2. Both teams leaving with a win today. What a wonderful close second game. That was so much fun. Serious? I really enjoy going on dates with you. This was a fun little derby date, wasn't it? And I enjoyed it with all of our third wheels. As always, you all are so entertaining and fun, and I appreciate all of you being here and enjoying the time with us. We love spending our date nights with all of you here on Derby Date Night. Oh, subscribe. Did you already turn me off? Don't forget, subscribe, like, follow us, all those good things. Okay, now, thanks for watching us on Derby Date Night.